Good morning, everybody. Having a little technical difficulties here. Looks like they stopped the stream for some reason, so I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Um, Let me even check if I'm streaming now. I have no idea if I am. Let me know in the live chat. I have no idea what the status is right now because of that error. Um, Let me know. Yeah, it looks like I'm live, so I think I'm out here. Hey, Sophia. Uh, Looks like I got I got it going again. I'm just not sure if what the status is. Is it still roboting and also visually roboting, Logan? Let me know. Let me know, sir. Horribly, horribly roboting. Hmm.
Who's roboting, you or
I
me?
think
Or both
both
of
of
us?
us. Let me just ask: is it coming through okay? Because I don't know if they can really hear me or not. Mm, must be coming through. Working fine on objective ethics, and so, all right, cool. So we'll just roll with it, man. I don't want to waste a lot of time talking about secular Christianity. A lot of talk about that, back and forth with some of our interlocutors and members here, and a lot of people see that, well, you guys are mainly worried about the what fundamentalist versions of Christianity, not necessarily secular Christianity. But the thing is, what is secular Christianity, though?
Right.
Because, I think magic and stuff, but I don't know.
Well, the word secular means worldly, and technically that's rejected in the Bible. So, in other words, secularism is more like paganism. So that's kind of like being a spiritual Uncle Tom or religious Uncle Tom, to be honest.
Yeah, if any of you guys are secular Christians, you should call in or correct us in the live chat because there's a lot, just like with everything else, man. There's just so many different, um, definitions on everything. Like just looking up here um, at the Chat GPT, and it's summarizing, secular Christianity, and basically it says that traditional Christianity is damn it, I keep losing my place. This thing is so sensitive. Hold on, I just lost my damn spot. Yeah, so Christianity teaches that God is the creator of both the spiritual and physical realms. The materialism is real. The material world is real, good and distinct from God. Human beings are separate creations. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Hold on, I think I'm in the wrong place. All right, so secular. Here I go. I found it. Sorry, guys. Secular Christianity. Sometimes it's called cultural or non-theistic or post-theistic Christianity. It tries to preserve Christian moral teachings, symbols, or community life without relying on supernatural beliefs, even gods. You don't even have to believe in God, resurrections, or divine revelation. It's more like a big analogy. So that's what it is. So it loses ontological grounding for reality. So it opens up the problem of why should we follow the teachings of Christ? So like traditional Christianity would ground morality in the character, in the will and person of God, in the Trinity. So goodness has a source. If you remove that transcendent anchor, then you're going to have to ask, then why should these particular moral values even hold objectively? So secular Christianity, they're still going to affirm love, forgiveness, human dignity, but without God, these become human conventions or cultural preferences. So it doesn't really move the needle from secular humanism, for example. And also, the moral ought becomes sociological rather than metaphysical, and this weakens the universal claim of Christianity. So it has a lot of problems. So I guess, in essence, secular Christianity can preserve Christian culture, but it's going to struggle to justify Christian conviction. So it may keep the form, but it loses the force. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think if we're going to be strict about it, according to Christian doctrine, the biblical definition of it is someone who follows the teachings of Christ and accepts him as Lord and Savior. But the word secular, really means, like I said earlier, worldly, relating to temporal or non-religious life. In scripture, being secular minded often means being of the world. And we can find that in uh first. So a secular Christian, it's
What was that script? Wait, what was that?
it's First John
Uh-huh.
chapter 2, verses 15 through 17. And while you pull it up, I'm gonna say, according to the Bible, a person who identifies culturally as Christian but doesn't strictly follow biblical teachings or submit to the authority of Scripture, they might like the values of Christianity, kindness, forgiveness, but reject its supernatural or moral absolutes. So, according to the Bible, that would be a worldly person, a pagan, a non-religious person.
I like that term, worldly Christianity. That seems to like put the problem right there at the forefront. Worldly
That's
Christianity.
like an
In fact, that's
oxymoron,
what I should
actually.
always know. It kind of like really puts the point out there because you know how the Christians usually look at the term worldly as as a bad word. It's a way to put people down. Oh, you're
You're,
being worldly. You know.
you're part of that world out there. You're not part of this, um, Christian cult.
Right. And so, like, looking at this scripture, so let's go into the actual scripture. It says, 1 John 2:15 through 17 says, do not love the world or anything in the world. If anyone loves the world, love for the Father is not flesh. The lust of the eyes and the pride of life comes not from the Father, but from the world. The world and its desires pass away, but whoever does the will of God lives forever. And this sort of reminds me of the scripture. I'm going to look this up, Bible verse for Satan as the God of this world. And read that too, because that kind of goes along with it. So that would be 2 Corinthians 4:4. It says, in whose case the God of this world had blinded the minds of the unbelieving so that they might not see the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. So this verse kind of indicates that Satan influences the thoughts and beliefs of the world. And the world is defined, as anything separate from the church. The church was its own society. It was its own sort of arrangement, God's organization on earth, his channel on earth was through Christians. And it looks like we're getting choppy. Is it still choppy as hell? Man, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna I'm gonna come out myself.
What do you mean? You gonna restart or what?
Yeah, because they're saying it's very choppy. So I think that's not good at all. Shit. All right, I'm gonna reboot my computer and see if that helps.
Unfortunately, I can't see anyone, so I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, and I don't know. Um, is it
Yeah, I
just
don't
the
know
whole
if
stream that's choppy?
it's gotta be. It's probably because I'm hosting it. And my computer's very slow. The vertical stream was working better. What do you mean? I'm not sure what that means. The vertical screen. Huh. Yeah. Let me just get out of here. I guess just carry it for a few minutes if you can. I'm gonna have to reboot this shit. So let me get out of here. I'll be right back.
Okay, well, let's talk about why um, secular Christianity exists today. So, many people inherit Christianity culturally, but not spiritually. They like the social identity, but don't practice it. So, we have a lot of that. We have modern tolerance. Secular society rewards inclusivity and discourages moral absolutes. So then we have church institutions. Some churches adapt to worldly trends, consumerism, politics, entertainment, rather than standing apart. And then we have comfort based faith. People often want to comfort, they want the comfort of faith without the commitment of discipleship. So, I mean, we could look at this in a few different ways. We could say, me personally, I think proof that Christianity is kind of fading away. People are really no longer tolerant to the, you know, literal interpretations because we have things like science and we're it's kind of crazy to believe in some of the stuff that the Bible dictates, right? And people are evolving and they're learning and they're understanding that, yeah, this shit can't really be true. So I think that's why we see um a lot of that today. At the same time, because we're indoctrinated or brought up that way, you know, um conditioned, it's a family tradition. A lot of people also don't want to separate from it and they still want to, have that title. They still want to identify with the word Christianity, but really aren't practicing it. So I think we see this happening for that reason. But I also see it as, in a way, being a religious Uncle Tom. And what I mean with that is, if you know it's not true, if it's not making sense because you're using your logic, like I said earlier, you've been exposed to science, and you just know it's not true, then why still call yourself a Christian? Because technically, true Christians, right? They wouldn't accept you. They would see you as a pagan, a worldly person. And so why not just be true to yourself and admit that the Christian doctrine is played out. It doesn't make sense. So you still want to hide behind the security that it gives you, calling yourself a Christian, but you're really a secular person. So I just think, you should be true to yourself and not follow something that you really don't believe in. And that's kind of my angle with the whole thing. I'm sorry, I'm not the actual host, so I can't see comments or anything. I don't even know if y'all can hear me. So I'm just going to keep going until Scott gets back. What else could we talk about? If Christianity is a relationship and not a label, then can someone who lives by the words standards but wears Christ's name truly be called a Christian? Or have they become just another idol of modern culture? Right. And that's from a Christian perspective. That's what a Christian would ask. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I would be interested in seeing some of the comments. Here's Scott. I tried my best here. I can't see anything though.
It's all good. I don't know if anything's any better. Um, are you guys able to hear me okay? I just moved everything closer to my internet modem and everything, Wi-Fi modem, to see if I could strengthen the bandwidth somehow. Much better. Good, 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 good. Glad to hear it, man. So, all right. So I missed a good 2 minutes. Where are we at?
Kind of go. I was just kind of going over. I don't know if everyone heard me though. That's the thing. If the whole stream was lagging, I
Uh,
was just kind of going over the points from a Christian standpoint. Why it's practically hypocrisy to be a secular Christian. But on the other hand, from my own standpoint, I believe that we are seeing this phenomenon because of very good reasons. People are evolving, people are learning, people are becoming more intelligent, with science and things like that. And they understand that the literal Christian doctrine just doesn't make much sense, yet they don't really want to get rid of the label yet because we're culturally Christian. It's passed down and within your
mm-hmm.
family and stuff. It's a tradition, we're conditioned. So I was bringing up how personally I see it as being a religious Uncle Tom because if you know that it doesn't really make any sense, then why keep the label? Why not just be true to yourself and say it's BS? So I think that we're kind of in this transition period where people are understanding and realizing that it's a bunch of crap, but yet they don't want to just yet let it go, because they're hiding behind this
Let go.
security. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. And Objective Ethics says, Scott, tell Sophia she did a great job. Sophia, you did a good job.
Thank you.
Good. I'm glad everybody heard what you were saying while I was out. And I'm glad everything's better. I get the Uncle Tom term. That's funny. That's hilarious.
You know
A
me, I
Christian
gotta
Uncle
say some
Tom.
crazy, outrageous
It's
shit.
like they're trying to gain favor with the world.
Right,
Yeah, they're trying to gain favor with the world, kind of like Uncle Tom would try to gain favor with the master or whatever. So
right.
it just shows that really their master is not God. Their master is the world, the
Yeah,
secular
pretty
world.
much. That's why it's really hard for me
And
to
this
take
brings up
secular
all the
Christians out.
problems. Yeah, serious,
Sorry,
right?
having a lag here. Um, yeah, but that's what I was
Yeah.
saying. I can't take them serious.
Yeah, and it's almost like a way to just like you said, hold on to the label and then somehow try to escape out of all the logical problems. Um,
Right.
and to be fair, I kind of agree with you. I'm glad to see people evolve and become more skeptical minded and respect their mind more by being, skeptical and to try to move into a more reasonable worldview, one that doesn't require, unreasonable beliefs and things like that. I mean, if you can evidence it, that's great. Show evidence or help people into an experience of transcendence or whatever But the kind of miracles or the kind of experiences they're talking about are not even personal experiences. What they're trying to get you to believe is that Jesus rose from the dead, something 2,000 years ago that happened to somebody else that you didn't see, that really we have no basis to believe anybody really saw it, because even the Bible itself says when Jesus resurrected, no one was around but the angels, right? He was gone. By the time somebody came to the tomb, his ass was gone. So even according to the Bible, no one really witnessed him be resurrected. They just saw another person who they said must be Jesus embodied in another body, and he showed the holes of his hand and feet and all of this kind of stuff, which seems more like a vision to me, because how could he walk around if he's got big old holes in his feet? It seems like he'd be crippled.
He'd be bleeding to death for sure. I mean, all them holes in his body and shit. I mean, unless he's 50 Cent and he survived 9 bullets, I don't know. He'd be running
Well, you
around
know,
fucking hurt.
in the magical kingdom, anything's possible, I guess. So they got, so the Bible takes place in the magical kingdom where all this stuff can happen, and you don't need to worry about it. Just go with it. Just go with the story, man.
Go with it, go with it.
Just go with it, goddamn it. Stop all these dumb questions. Because even
So yeah,
Paul
on one
said,
hand,
"Go ahead."
I was just saying, like, on one hand, yeah, it's good to see that people are waking up and questioning these things, but just go all the way and let that shit go, because it don't make sense.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and I'm gonna and to that point, I want to share another scripture. Um, Christians
You
hate their
Bible
book.
thumper.
Yeah, they hate. Atheists and unbelievers are more Bible thumpers than the Christians are these days, because the Christians nowadays, they hate. Well, as you notice, whenever we talk to these Christians in debates or whatever, they hate when you pull up the Bible. They're like, they don't want to read it. They don't want to accept it. Like 1 Corinthians 1:25 says, "For the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men." And it also says that the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing. So the world is supposed to look at the resurrection as foolishness. And you don't want to be part of the world, the secular world, that sees the resurrection as foolishness, but yet these Christians are calling themselves secular Christians. So what do they have to say about this scripture where Paul was talking about the cross as foolishness with those who are perishing? Is it kind of a condemnation saying that secular Christians are perishing because they admit that they don't believe in the literal resurrection? Now, what I find really weird is that a lot of these secular Christians will dismiss all the miracles and all the weird stories like the creation myth and the flood myth. They'll reject all of that. They'll say it's not literal. But the one thing they won't reject is the resurrection of Jesus. I think because of that scripture. And they'll say, you know what? No, I believe that part, though. I believe the Bible was literal at that point. It's all the other places that it wasn't literal, you know. And
Yeah, well,
so then,
that's
then
what
they,
you call cherry picking.
yeah, cherry picking, right? So, and how do you know the difference of when you're supposed to take it literal and when you're supposed to take it figurative? Like, what's the method? I don't get it. They've never.
Scott, what happened to your sound? Um, well, I don't know what's going on now, because everything seems normal except I can't hear Scott. Don't know if y'all can hear me. Scott, can you hear me? No, not yes for yes and no for no. I guess it's just me again. Wait, there you are. Shit. The devil doesn't want us to do this today. Scott, can you hear me?
All right, there we go. Can you?
Yeah,
I
here
can
you
hear
are.
you. I can hear you through the whole thing, but
Hey,
I'm having some major issues here, man. My computer needs it needs some Jesus juice,
yeah, I
and
didn't have enough.
yeah, I'm needing my computer needs that juice, man.
That
It's
damn
time for a
computer
new
needs some
laptop. That's
vitamin
for
C so
damn
they can
sure.
expand its mind and keep up.
Yeah, that's for sure. Jesus is not happy with this stream. And is my sound still rough though? I know it's in and out. Hell,
I guess
yeah.
so.
It
The
looks like it's
question
coming
is,
in good now.
I would ask the audience, what do y'all think? Which one is it? Are secular Christians betraying their faith, or are they evolving into something freer and more self-aware? Is it decay or transformation? What do you guys think?
Yeah, and another question you could ask: is it better to be a secular Christian than a literal Christian? But at that point, it's like the question is, why would you need Christianity if you're not getting the goodies that the Bible tells us, which is everlasting life through belief in a resurrected Jesus? Then what's the point? Can't you be a good person? Can't you find peace in of mind, and can't you find happiness without Christianity, or is that just another form of indoctrination?
Well, I think that a lot of people, they know deep down that they don't really believe what the Bible says anymore, but they also don't want to suffer the backlash that comes with it, because your family is tied to that, the church, your community, where you go to is tied to it. And a lot of people just are afraid of letting that go because you're not just letting go of the belief. You're gonna have to let it go of a lot of things, and that's just kind of how it is with a cult. That's why I say Christianity is kind of like a cult. In order to leave the cult, you have to be okay with being shunned. You have to be okay with losing your friends, your family, all that stuff. And I know that
Hmm.
because I had cult, and that's really what happens. So I think that's why. So I think that what we could do as good humans is provide a space, a community, a platform, whatever, for people to feel safe to come to when they're leaving those beliefs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on doing just that. I'm working on creating a community here in my own town called the Church of Non-Dual Light. So it's kind of a alternative to all the churches around here. Now there are a few um, universal churches, which are kind of like non-denominational. They don't require you to believe. They're secular Christians. They're weak-kneed, phony, flag-waving Christians. So I'm gonna meet some people and see what kind of community we can start. On the side. About getting people together and talking about non-duality and other alternatives to beliefs, an alternative to faith, an alternative to anti-reason. And try to see how we can salvage some of the things that they love, that they get out of the Christian community, like support, like oneness and all of that good
Right.
stuff. Can they find that without having to be part of a religion that anchors itself into all these problems? Is there another way? Is there something else that they'd like to resonate with? And so, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start this Church of Non-Dual Light, and we're going to be able to bring that to the community, hopefully. And I'm going to start off on that tomorrow. Objective
Can you
ethics
read
says
what Joel said?
cultural.
Because I can barely see it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So
sorry.
Joel says, I think they see it as hanging on to what's worthwhile about the religion without all the baggage that comes from accepting the religious aspects. Exactly. That's exactly it, man.
Yeah.
And then and objective ethics says cultural Christian is just a group of people who don't want to hold any responsibility for any indefensible claims but need a social group to feel connected to a community. I agree. I agree. They just,
Yep.
but they may feel like that's all they have. That's the only thing available for them in this culture is a secular Christian church, something that's, they're obviously most Americans are more familiar and comfortable with the Christian umbrella because it's all in our culture. We have Christmas, we have all these holidays and family get-togethers and Thanksgiving and prayers and all of this stuff that's is embedded under that Christian paradigm. And people don't want to just walk away from that and go where? Where are they going to go to? You don't get that in Islam. You're not going to get that in Hinduism. You could get it in Buddhism, but it's not a lot of Buddhists in America. It's not a very popular worldview. Um, it should be. I'm all for it. But in this community, we have absolutely no Buddhist temples. We have no Hindu temples. We have no Islamic temples. The only thing in this town is a church, a Baptist church on every corner. And holiness church, where they fall out in church and roll around and you know, yeah, that stuff. But there's a lot of people there,
Roll
but there
around.
is an uprising. Yeah, and but there is a few churches now that are universalist churches, which means that they're secular Christians. So there's a huge looks like demand for secular Christianity here. So I think giving them an alternative would be really cool. If I can do that, I'm gonna try to do that. But yeah. So again, if there's any
Yeah,
cultural
I would really
Christians,
challenge. I would really challenge some of these.
say that again.
I would challenge some of the. I'm sorry, if there's a lag again. I would really challenge some of these secular Christians to go up against a Christian apologist. That would be freaking awesome to watch.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen a debate like that. Um, there was this gay preacher, and he was debating an evangelical fundamentalist Christian, and man, they were going at it, man. And the gay preacher was saying Jesus said nothing about gay at all. He didn't say anything about it. The only thing he left us with was we should all love our neighbors like ourselves. So if you're going to hate me for being homosexual, then you're not doing Jesus' command of love your neighbor as yourself. It's the same argument that they make about slavery, which I think is ironic. Because fundamentalist Christians will say, well, God don't like slavery because he already said you should love your neighbor as you love yourself. So that automatically makes slavery bad. But then why did God do slavery in the Bible? And they're like, well, you're misinterpreting it. It wasn't the bad kind of slavery. It was the good kind.
Oh yeah, it's always misinterpretation, even though it's right there, black and white.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wonder who do we have that we already know where we may can set up a debate like that. I can think of one person
Me too.
that identifies as a secular Christian. What's his faith?
Diesel.
Isaiah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. He goes by Diesel online.
Yeah.
I wonder if he would be
So
interested in that one.
I know. he
And also the audience, if y'all know anyone, that would be a cool debate to set up.
Yeah, that's right. And Objective Ethics says that is why Islam is going to become the biggest religion in the world. Their governments are linked to their religion, so they won't accept the secularization version of Islam. Christianity will fade. Exactly. And that's kind of the thought
Yeah, they
behind the
go
white,
hard.
yeah, and the white Christian, this whole white Christian evangelical movement. I think that's what they realize. They're trying to get Christianity to align with the government so that they don't have to secularize Christianity at all, and just make a theocracy like the Muslims do in their countries.
Yeah, because if you involve the government, you can enforce it, and then you're just simply not allowed to be secular.
That's right.
And that's
That's
kind of
right.
scary to think about.
Yes, it is. And that's the actually that's the world though, to be fair, that's the kind of world that the ancient world was. Whether you were in Rome, you had to pay a tribute to the gods. Like every time you pass by a statue, say like of Apollo or something like that on the road, you had to remove your hat in that presence of that to show respect to the national gods. And that's why the Apostle Paul, when he went and he preached to the people, he said, "You guys are showing respect and homage and prayers and all this stuff to this statue that neither talks nor speaks nor thinks nor does anything." And it's really the Christian God that's behind that statue. That's the essence of the statue that you're praying to. So just bypass the wooden idol and just go direct to our Lord. That was his message to the not to the Gentiles. You know, because they were worshiping all these idols in the mind of Paul. And but if you ask pagans what they're doing, I don't think they would say they're praying to an idol. I don't think they literally took the idol as the God, like the Christians like to say they do. I think that the idols are just a
So it's just a
representation of the God.
representation of what they believe in.
Yeah, just like the cross is a
Yeah,
representation
that
of
gets to me
Jesus.
when I hear, right, like what the fuck? Like, why do they come up with that crap as a counter argument? Like, that guy in the fence, he always brings that up. How people like us worship nature and things like that because we say that reality is kind of dictated to us through the natural law, and they compare that to worshiping nature, and it's like, no, we're just realistic. Like, we know that dead people don't come back to life, and we just kind of know that.
Yeah, nature told us that a long time ago. Yeah,
Yeah, so
because that stuff is foolishness
sorry, but
to the
it's kind
world.
of obvious.
you know, that's foolishness for those who are
Oh,
perishing. I guess reasonable people are perishing because they simply go by reality, which is really sad that you've got to
right.
gaslight people. Yeah, it really is,
And
and, it,
that's
and
kind of
it's
why I just couldn't be a Christian for long.
yeah.
I tried really hard at some point in the Christian cult that and I just couldn't do it. It just didn't make sense at all. And as an idealist, I don't have to deny objective reality at all. You know,
Hmm. Well, have you ever tried studying the
damn, I'm lagging. Like,
Universalists? The Universalist Unitarians? Have you ever
no,
tried?
actually, I really haven't.
Hmm.
I got a brief explanation on it a little while back, where I believe it was Paul Missel who kind of gave me a breakdown of it. I don't remember though, so I'm not that familiar with you know the definition of it.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe I'll pull it up. Well, my computer's just lagging. Damn it. Hold on. I'm gonna pull
Yeah,
up
I'm
a
lagging too.
definition.
One of us lagging.
It's probably me. In fact,
It's because you're getting old.
getting old, man. Getting old. My computer's old as me. Yeah, man. Let me see if we can share this screen. Good Lord, it's taking forever. All right, here we go. So, Unitarian Universalism. So, it says here, this is the Wikipedia under Unitarian Universalism. It says they are a liberal religious tradition characterized by its commitment to theological diversity, inclusivity, and social justice. Unitarian Universalists do not adhere to a single creed or doctrine. Instead, they are unified by shared covenants across congregations based on foundational values and principles centered on love and pluralistic worship. The beliefs of individual Unitarian Universalists range widely and are often contextual to the congregation. Founded upon Christian teachings, modern Unitarian Universalists can draw upon diverse theological and philosophical thought, including from religious humanism, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, Sikhism, Buddhism, Taoism, neo paganism, atheism, agnosticism, New Age, and the teachings of the Baha'i faith. Worship can take place in churches, fellowship, congregations, societies, etc., etc. So they derive insights from all major religions and do not have an official unified corpus of sacred texts that you have to follow. So they sound like a
I
bunch
mean,
of
that
weak
sounds
kneed,
really
they sound like a bunch of flag wavers.
I was gonna say that sounds all kind of good on the surface, but then like you still using words like worship. Like, what is worship? What do you mean? And if you're drawing from all these different things, then how are you worshiping? What are you worshiping? Is everybody just kind of doing their own thing? Like one person's rolling around, one person's meditating, the other person's having orgies. I mean, like what's really going down in there? That's a little bit all over the place. I don't know.
I mean,
Um,
I do that in
it
my
sounds
my
kind of good,
house.
but
I do that in my house. I don't need to go to a church for that.
like
I do all of those
all of
things.
them.
I do all of
I
those
would like
things
to
at
be a
some
fly
point.
on the wall.
Yeah. You got people coming over here rolling
That's
around,
funny.
meditating, having orgies, and all of that. They doing it all. you know, and I'm the pastor. You can call me your spiritual a gynecologist.
Butt naked man.
Butt naked man. forget yeah. Forget Jody, it's butt naked man. Yeah, man. It sounds like a fun church though. I'm gonna actually go to one tomorrow. I'm making sure I go tomorrow morning.
Do they even have one? Get out of here, Scott.
They do. They have one right up the street from where I live. Well, not right up the
Are you
street, but
serious?
it's. I'm serious. They got a Universalist church, and I'm going there, and I'm gonna start passing out my little not Church of Non-Duality message, and maybe strike up some
Well, maybe I need to
conversations.
move to Florida so I can
You
have some fun.
do.
Because the only thing you're gonna see here is Masonic lodges and Baptist churches.
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's where I'm gonna. This is where I'm gonna grab all of my people. Is I'm gonna get them from these Universalist churches because that's the crowd. The most of these people, these holy roller type people, they don't want to hear that shit. They
That's
hate
like
the
the anything
Universalists.
goes crowd, huh?
Yeah, I want the anything goes crowd so I can capture them and bring them into my cult so they can experience some spiritual gynecology. No, let me stop.
Man, that sounds so creepy, Scott.
That's creepy as fuck.
I don't know about you no more, man. For real.
Butt naked man.
I don't know about you. I may have to
Pastor Butt.
distance myself from you for a while.
And we got Deacon Duck Butt Naked Man. He's the deacon. Let us put our healing hands on you. Yeah, but
Oh Lord have mercy.
yeah, I think though, to be fair, the Universalists, they're not having orgies and shit. They're just they're just kind of worshiping in their own way. They're saying basically it's a place where all these people can get together and they can all talk about, oh, I believe in Jesus. Oh, really? Well, I believe in Sai Baba. Oh, perfect. Well, I believe in the Buddha, and we can all worship together. And it's really good. It's kind of like a non-dualistic type of thing, in some regards. So I'm not really
Yeah,
against
I
it
mean,
on
because
that
at the end of the
level.
day, right, it's recognizing that we all have commonalities and coming together on the points that we agree on. So I wouldn't say it's terrible, but I personally don't like labeling myself as a religious person because that still
Hmm.
kind of includes, I guess, some kind of dogma. I don't know. I just kind of like to stay away from labels. And the only reason I'm okay with mystic is because mystic just means, that it's all about the experience, which is subjective experience, which is consciousness. And that's about it.
Yeah, non-dualistic thinking sort of people hate labels, but the thing is, language is labeling. Like that's all language really is. It's just a whole bunch of labeling shit and defining shit and separating everything from one thing from another. So it's kind of inescapable in a way. But I
Yeah,
I
it
get
serves
what
a
you're saying.
purpose. It just
Yeah, it's a
only
tool.
goes so far because I mean we're always evolving, things evolving, and we get stuck too much on one thing, we may not progress.
Yeah, exactly. I was just watching or listening. I wasn't watching because I was in the other room just listening in. But there was this language expert that was being interviewed, and she was talking about language actually forms all of our concepts and paradigms. So she was saying there's some cultures that they don't believe in, like they don't have the same idea of time, so they experience time different. And there's people that you know how we always look out the front of our eyes and stuff. And I don't know how true this is. It's just stuff I was hearing. I'm gonna have to look into it because it's interesting. But she was saying that some people, like most cultures, say that when you look out of your eyes because the future is ahead of you. So you're looking ahead of you. That's why we say we look out of our eyes because we're looking forward. But there's some cultures that see the future as backwards. And so they think that when they see things, they're looking out of the back of their head, which is really weird.
I don't know about all that.
I don't know about that either.
I mean,
That's why I want to
in a
learn
sense,
what does that mean?
in
What are
a
they
sense,
talking about? Hmm?
in a sense, as a mystic, I kind of get what they're saying. Because like when I'm having visions, I may transcend the here and now and see something in the future, but it's all based on what I call an educated guess based on the pattern recognition. It's not anything woo-woo, so in that sense, we can possibly foresee some things and the brain interprets it and you may have a vision. It's that simple. But I don't know about, I don't know. I don't know.
I haven't really looked into it
That's
too much. Now I've heard stuff about that, and I haven't really looked
I mean,
into it lately.
I watched that lady that you showed me that was able to so-called see out the back of her mind's eye. And I do
Hmm.
get what she's saying, that she was able to see without using her eyes because I experienced that as well. But it kind of fell apart when it came to the back window because she couldn't really see anything from the so-called back window except for the few cards she had that she obviously knew what they were. And so that's where she lost a little bit of
Mm-hmm.
credibility, but as far as being able to make out shapes, which is just light, right? I can see that, that's possible to see with your mind's eye in that way. But as far as the whole back window thing, I think she went a little overboard with that crap.
Yeah, well, back window is more of the psychic psi phenomenon sort of description. I think what these linguistic relativists people are talking about is concepts, your concepts of seeing and stuff. So I'm going to share this and kind of read through it real quick. Um, so, linguistic relativity asserts that language influences worldview or cognition. So, one form of linguistic relativity is called linguistic determinism, which regards people's language as determining and influencing the scope of cultural perceptions in their surrounding world. So, the hypothesis is in dispute with many different variations throughout history, but the strong hypothesis of linguistic relativity, now referred to as linguistic determinism, is that language determines thought and that linguistic categories limit and restrict cognitive categories. This was a claim by some earlier linguistics pre World War II, and since then it has fallen out of acceptance by contemporary linguists. Nevertheless, research has produced positive empirical evidence supporting a weaker version of linguistic relativity, that a language structures influence a speaker's perceptions without strictly limiting or obstructing them. So I
And
guess
that's
we'd
kind
have
of
to,
true.
yeah, it's kind of cool.
Be-
And it would explain a
It's
lot of
kind of
things.
true though, because you could basically shape reality by labeling things, coming up with definitions for them, and then teaching that's the truth. And then you're going to associate those words with a reality that was given to those words. And if that's why I always say, like, you can manipulate words, play around with words. If we read too much into it, then yeah, words become our truth. And it's not to say that words aren't necessary or that it's not serving any kind of purpose for identification, but at the same time, you could use words to manipulate someone's reality. And I've seen that firsthand. I've been going through that right now with someone, and people do it. You can definitely use language to manipulate reality. We see it all the time in law, right? And when it comes to the law, there's always some kind of loophole because you can play around so much with language. That's why I believe that some of that stuff is extra complicated on purpose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's what I deal with. Like if we're trying to explain non-duality to people, what we have to overcome, what we're really fighting against is language. We're fighting against a long commitment that people have made to their language. Because remember, the whole thing about finding peace of mind, part of the practice, part of the teaching is you have to discover who you are, to find out, to ask the question, who am I? That's the first step in the process, is to ask, who am I? And so the problem is we ask this question, but the world, most people in this culture, that's a dumb question, because that answer doesn't require, or that question doesn't really require an answer, because it's so obvious. You are obviously your name, your body, your profession, the roles you play. They teach you this
The
when you're a
social
kid.
security number.
When you're a little kid, you learn about that you are this physical body and you are this role as the kid. I'm the son or the daughter or whatever of whoever. And people describe it for you. And so you have this already built into your lane, and you don't teach it. It isn't like someone has to sit down and tell you. It's embedded in the language. And so this
Yeah,
language,
that's why people are so that's why people are so rigid when it comes to any kind of new understanding or nuance. Even like with the transgender phenomena, people don't can't wrap their mind around it because they're so stuck on, the definition of what a biological female is based on the definition. But again, it's more nuanced. There's always nuance to things, and people can't get past it because of words. And that's not to say that, yeah, I'm a biological female by definition,
Mm-hmm.
right? But
Yep.
a subjective experience is entirely something beyond that. The way you experience things, that's between you and you, you know?
Yeah, and the secular world, the world that we're talking about, they understand that. That's why they hijack language. That's why, like, you know, um, they change definitions. Like man and woman now means a lot of things. It's not just one binary thing. Um, they change language because they're trying to change culture. They're trying to change the way people think because the language we use informs what we think. So, a lot of people just 10 years ago, if you'd have asked them what's a man or a woman, they'd tell you, oh, a female or a male. Nowadays, if you ask those same people, they'll say, well, it's a spectrum. It's a range. It's a lot. So they've already adapted to the language, the new language. The definitions, all of the things have come into play, and the change is manipulating the way we think about things. That's how we think about things now. And so it's it's a powerful tool, language is. And so this is
And
why I'm saying about mhm.
it kind of dictates the reality to you, just like the left versus the right. And then it's just like people like me, we sit there and ask, well, where do I fit in then? What's the definition for me? Because I'm not really all the way over there or all the way over there. I'm somewhere in the middle. Like I said, there's always nuance to things. And when it comes to language always evolves because we have new understandings, where we realize, oh, this isn't just that anymore. We found out that this is also a part of it. And then things just change, including language. So we got to be careful putting all our stock into definitions like that. What the hell? My boy's being loud. Hold on.
And Joel, he says, let's not leave out all the people who are taught as kids that their body is just a temporary shell for a non-physical soul, and how true that is, because that's the religious teaching and indoctrination going on. And also now, because we have the internet, we've progressed in our understanding. People now view themselves as, um, maybe this little self person, like this little homunculus inside your brain, right? Like this little person that's driving your
Keep
body
that.
around like a little soccer mom. Like
Yeah,
they
but
have
we
all
can't.
these different. Hmm.
What I
Go
was
ahead.
going to say to Joel, though, is we can't really prove or disprove that. But as an idealist, I will say you kind of have to believe that there's more to yourself than just your body, because how do we explain qualia? How else do we explain what a transgender person experiences? If it's just about biology and you are a biological male, then that's all you can be. But if you have a completely different subjective experience, which is your gender and how you want to express it, it may not align with your biology. So you could say it's all because of the brain, but I don't really believe that. So I think that topic is debatable.
Well, the way I come at it, I kind of hear what Joel's saying here. He says y'all would consider that a dualism, right? Soul and body. So the way I look at everything, I track everything back to the premises of dualism and non-dualism. So yeah, I would say like in ultimately, we are just an experience. Like even the brain is something you experience, something you describe, an abstraction, and all of that. So it's all the same thing. It all dissolves into a non-dual thing, but it's also, see, this is the trick about language. We can only really discuss it in non-dual terms. And so a lot of people think, well, now you're contradicting yourself because you're using the language, which is dualistic in nature, to describe non-dualism. How can you do that? And see, this is just the thing. It's like there's people who have sort of seen past the language, and now the challenge is how do I express this concept using this dualistic language? That's the trick, and this is why people are really why it's non-intuitive. It's not very intuitive, and when people start talking like this, they say, "Oh, you're crazy. You're incoherent." But they don't say that. Notice they don't say that about the people who won the Nobel Prize in 2022 that sort of determined that entanglement and non-locality still holds, and this is a part of reality where everything is one, non-local and entangled. How does that make sense since they're using dualistic language to convey that idea even? There's a contradiction. Of course there is, because the language doesn't meet the concept. And so this is the limitation I'm talking about. And so it can be a challenge to get folks to understand all of that. And hello, my friend, 9227 says, what are y'all talking about? Like we were talking about, does secular Christianity really have a foundation? And we kind of talked about that for about 45 minutes. And now we're kind of going into a meta conversation about surrounding issues on that and with secularism and things like that. But if you want to join the show, you can call in if you have any questions or comments you want to add to it. I'd love to have someone come on stage. So I'm going to post the link right there. So hello, my friend. If you want to jump in, you can. Objective Ethics, whoever, you can jump in and join us on stage. So. And yeah, and also Logan, Logan had that interview that debate with that Christian, and I moderated it, not long ago, last weekend is when we had it on this channel. And it was very interesting. And maybe Logan, if you want to come in, we can talk about it and maybe bring up some highlights of the video if you'd like. That'd be kind of fun to do for the last half of this show. So I can do that if you'd like. Why do I not see hello, my friend's comment? I even hit live chat. Yeah, he's there. What are y'all talking about? There he is. It's just one thing there. Yeah, so our conversations on these live chats on Saturday, they're not so structured. Like we sometimes put these structured conversations and shows together during the week. We started doing that. But Saturday, I kind of like to leave it kind of freestyle. So we kind of pick a topic, kind of like just a basic conversation starter. And then it kind of goes all over the place. So we kind of do that, And let me pull up Joel. Hey, Joel, how's it going, man?
What's up, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you been?
I'm all right. I'm on a new headset. How's it coming through?
It is loud and clear, man. Loud and clear.
I'm actually going to turn my volume down. That's loud.
And Objective Ethics.
Getting a lot of echoes, too.
Yeah. Objective Ethics says, at Scott, would you consider yourself a Neo-Platonist? Platonists talk about the one, and the Spinoza talked about substantive monism. Both are very similar to panpsychism, non-duality. Yeah, there's like very subtle differences. Like I think with the Platonism, you're looking at forms as the fundamental, which are just basically static forms. I'm not sure how static the forms are, but I guess that's the most parsimonious description one could make about the forms, is that they're static, non-changing. They're kind of like a rule set that exists at the bottom of reality. and then Spinoza, who was a pantheist, and he talked about substantive monism, and both are very similar to panpsychism, non-duality. Panpsychism is kind of a duality in a way because it says that consciousness being fundamental, but it's also that the physical reality is also fundamental. So you got two fundamental properties that come up at the same time, like the consciousness is embedded in the matter. So you could say that matter is fundamental and this consciousness is a property of matter, or vice versa, one of the two. But either way, it's a duality. Anyways, I'll get back to you, brother. What's been going on, Joel?
Oh, not much with me. I'm working on painting my old house, trying to get it ready to sell. Been busy with that kind of stuff.
Oh, so you're a handyman type of guy, huh?
Yeah, that is the kind of work I do.
Oh, cool.
But
Yeah, yeah.
it's still a lot when you're doing a whole house, on your off
Yeah.
time.
Oh, hell, man. I can imagine. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of damn
hmm
work. So it's keeping you busy.
So I'm trying to mute here as I'm not talking, but if I get loud, by all means, just kick me out.
Okay, no worries. And
I did
Logan,
want to ask you something.
yeah, go right ahead.
Just in relation to that debate between Logan and I forget the other guy's name. Any thoughts as a moderator about what do I want to say here?
About
Did you feel good
decency.
about the tact that you took?
The tack that I took, I think I should have been a little stronger. Like in retrospect, I was trying because I really didn't. I guess it kind of threw me off that he was going to get very irate. I should have booted him, kicked him off the stream because I didn't like the way he insulted Logan. But at the same
Oh, yeah.
time, I didn't want. But I know Logan, and Logan really doesn't care about that stuff. And Logan still wanted to have the debate. Like he was eager to keep this debate going. Like he was really willing to just laugh off the. And also, it was exposing. I was giving him a chance to expose that problem and how dumb it looks. So that was one way you could say I did the right thing. But overall, when I look at it, I probably should have said, you know what, my standards are what they are, and I can't really negotiate on that. When you're on my stream disrespecting people, especially my friends, really anybody, it's not cool. It's not cool. And, he probably should have been booted. So that would probably be my criticism of myself. I wasn't strong enough on him. But the other criticism I saw was that I came across like I was taking sides and I wasn't neutral. And I wasn't neutral, and I became very clear that I wasn't neutral after the name calling. That's when I started talking about him crashing out and not sticking to the point, and kind of like challenging him back with his poor argument points. It was like, so I kind of I should have just ended that whole debate then and there and said, you know what, when you can grow up and learn how to debate, I'll let you back on. But until then, we got to stop this mess. It was just stupid, Anyways, what did you think?
That was more about his behavior than taking sides with the argument. It was really more about his behavior.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yep, that's what I was trying to be about.
Well, I agreed about the problems with his behavior. But yeah, like you said, you ended up kind of taking the other side of the argument in a few moments. And there was some talk about all the comments and complaining in the comment section. But some of what I saw was that kind of thing of like, oh, this was not fair moderation or whatever. But you feel like that was really after the point it had devolved.
Yeah, and it devolved very quick. So just to kind of give context to that about what happened. So backstage we met, right? And I said, look, I don't mind keeping it spicy. So if you want to, because I could tell they were kind of aggressive with each other even before. So I said, look, I don't mind keeping it spicy. I don't even mind a few cuss words here and there, but let's not cuss each other out. Let's not crash out. Let's not get mad and lose our tempers and call each other names and stuff. That's just stupid. And they all agreed, like, oh yeah, that ain't gonna happen. And then the other guy was in a haystack or whatever his name was. He was like, yeah, I mean, I'm a spicy person. I'll just warn you, I do get, but I won't crash out. I was like, okay, well, cool. We're all good because once that happens, it's not gonna go well. And he was like, yeah, I understand. So he got on, and then like maybe what was it after the openings, after Logan's opening, then they went into the discussion, and I think that's when he called him a tranny. He let that slip out. He's like, you tranny. And I was like, tranny? We all were like, tranny. And that's when I just turned, I'm like, I'm not going to give this guy any, I'm not going to give him any slack, man. I'm just going to let him have it, on my end too. So it did get kind of biased on my end after that. And it's already hard to do because he's already coming with this weird argument, And the funny thing was about that, I was on his side. Actually, I'm not a mythicist like Logan is. And I had told the dude that, I told him that, I'm actually on your side. What I'm biased about, though, is not your position. I'm biased on your argumentation, the way that you're arguing by putting people down, using ad hom attacks. That's what I'm against. That's why I'm on you, So that was one of the things. But okay, let's keep on going. Neoplatonism is different than Platonism. Right. Gotcha. Neoplatonism from Plotinus came up with the one. Right. The one. Exactly. Yeah. I may be. I don't mind. I don't mind taking a label if it accurately describes whatever it is that I'm talking about. The one, that is a non-dual thing, so I'm cool with it. Sounds very similar, so yeah, I probably fall into that category. What do you think, Sophia? Are you familiar with Neoplatonism?
Not really.
Hmm. Let me see. And objective ethics, are you a Neoplatonist? Because you say a lot of things that kind of remind me of that. I remember maybe on our first conversation we had, we were talking about the forms, and you were sort of talking about the one and emanation, if I remember right, and stuff like that. So, yeah, let me know where you stand on that. Anyways, Joel, you had mentioned another question too that was really good just now. You were saying about um, dualism, something about the brain and consciousness being separate would be a
Oh, I was
dualism.
talking about the common religious perspective that there's a soul and a body.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right. Yep. That's actually where dualism, that's kind of like a Descartes sort of dualism. Um, Descartes thought that,
But remember,
the only, go ahead.
not that long ago, I was kind of quibbling over the difference between substance dualism and shit. Now I'm blanking what the other kind is.
Property
Um,
dualism.
but property dualism, right? And so to me, it seems like if a religious person believes in a spiritual God who creates, things like us that have physical bodies, that's still got to be the ontological basis, non-physical one. It's still a mind at the basis of reality. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I mean? The properties are both created, you know, um,
Mm-hmm.
by the God, but uh,
Uh-oh, you kind of broke off. Still with us? Hey, Joe, you still with us?
Did I drop out?
Yeah, you dropped out a little bit. So
Yeah, you're back.
go back on that again. Yeah.
Well, substance dualism, as I've seen it described, is to say that there are two fundamental substances where neither one is really causing or creating the other one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is confusing. I can
So to
see
me,
how. Yeah. Yeah.
anybody who believes
Yeah.
in
So
a
what's the question
divine
now? I think
creation, sorry, there's like echoing and delays and everything. I'm trying to. What do you guys think?
I was saying, what's the question? Can y'all hear
Yeah.
me?
Let me try.
Like, I'm a little bit
I hear you,
confused on
Sophie.
your question.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that any Christian who thinks uh, God created, you know, minds like us as well as our physical bodies seems to qualify as a property dualist because they believe in two different properties that both exist. But they don't believe in
Mm-hmm.
substance dualism because they believe in one substance, a spiritual divine substance.
Well, I think the way that it breaks down with substance dualism in Christianity is that what substance dualism in theistic terms is arguing that humans are made of two distinct substances, which is body and soul, like matter and spirit.
So
And
it's
this
no
is make
longer the question of what is ontologically fundamental to reality. Like
right.
idealism, as we talk about it, you guys often talk about it in the show. We're talking about the question of what is fundamental to reality at the ontological level.
Right. That's right.
And,
And
and for any
yeah.
Well, I
Christian
would say
or
as an
religious,
idealist that
Go
go ahead,
ahead.
Sophie.
I was just saying that I believe that consciousness is fundamental, but consciousness in and of itself expresses itself in a physical way. So that kind of means that consciousness is still primary. That's the only way I could see that anyone could say it, because if you believe in a God, that's something separate from the creation. Is that kind of where you're going?
Hmm. Well, I mean, I was just going with trying to kind of parse out the ways I've seen these positions defined with the way they're applied to the people who take them. Um, I think you said something about, thinking that something mental is fundamental, uh, but that it kind of manifests itself in this way. So would that qualify as dual properties? That kind of reality has dual, like a property dualism in that respect.
For me
Probably,
that's
yeah.
always that yeah, because that's always my um pushback when I talk to Christians about ontology. I'm always like saying, well, what is God? What is God? Is God material? Is he just spirit? What is he? And they'll say, well, God is a spirit. I'm like, okay. And so they'll say, well, man is made in God's image. Okay. So God is spiritual or mental, right? And they're like, no, not necessarily, because humans are also made of matter. The world is also made of this physical stuff we call matter, which is not spirit. It's not mind. It's a totally different thing. Like mind is something that's conceptual, imaginary. It's part of an inner subjective experiential kind of substance. And physical is of another kind of substance. Physical is of a solid, colorful, textile, three-dimensional thing that exists within time and space. That's what matter is. Matter is totally different from the spirit. Spirit is beyond time and space. It's not confined to the matter. So those are two different substances. Matter in energy, according or matter and spirit, according to the dualists in religious terms. And
But
so,
Christians are kind of crazy though, because even the Bible says that God expresses himself through nature, and that if you look at nature, then you will understand God. And I don't get why they see such a separation between the two. Like, that's not even in the Bible, really.
it's because of language. Language is very dualistic, and so like when you look at Genesis 1, it says there was God, and then God, God created, the heavens and the earth. So God is not the heavens and the earth. God is something separate from His creation, and just like he talks about the potter and the clay. So God is the potter, and we are the clay, and some were created as vessels of wrath. So He's even distinguishing what some vessels are meant for. Like God has a special purpose for different people, ultimately. So He's definitely separate from the people. His mind is separate from
So
your mind.
is the artist separate from his art just because he expresses different things with different pieces of his art?
Yeah, in their perspective, yes. They're going to say there's the artist and then there's his painting. His painting is not anything part of the artist. The artist is a flesh and blood person. The
But you
art that
wouldn't
he's
be an artist
creating
if you
is,
didn't make the painting. That's stupid.
yeah, but yeah, exactly. But see, they look at it like, they see separation in everything. They don't see the connection. They're very, like, to understand non-dualism, you kind of sort of have to engage in mereological nihilism, which is another fancy term I'm about to bring up. So that's kind of like saying, like, for example, you've got tables, chairs, and computers. A computer sits on a table and there's a chair at the table, right? So how many items would you say I'm talking about? I'm describing, Joel. Like, Joel, how many items am I describing? I've got a computer, a
I
table, and a
heard,
chair.
yeah, I heard three there.
Three, right. So you got three substances, and that would be true. I would agree with you. In
Substances?
some ways, that'd be true, right?
I wouldn't
But
have called them substances, but okay.
or thing, or yeah,
Yes, sir.
maybe substance is wrong. It's three different
Object.
things, objects. Yeah, three different objects. Thank you, Sophia. Now, what if a scientist came along and said, actually, there isn't a chair, a table, and a computer at all. There's just a bunch of atoms configured in chair-wise way, table-wise way, and computer-wise way. Would he be telling the truth, or would he be lying to you?
Well, from my perspective, we could find that out and discover that's what we've meant all along when we talk about the objects. Is we've always referred to those particular arrangements of smaller things.
Yep, yep, exactly. So just by shifting your perspective a little bit, you can discover that you're actually referring to the same thing.
Well, I think the discovery was one that was made in scientific terms, right? It was an
Hmm.
objective thing about the world that was discoverable. Um, so, but where are you going with the example about the objects? I
I
keep hearing
think
myself
Scott is
echoing.
I think Scott's not coming. I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
He dropped off. No, I'm just hearing you, Sophie.
Scott, where you go? Well, we're having all kinds of problems today.
No, that's all right. So, when it comes to the idea of this this separation between substance dualism and property dualism, do you guys see that as being an important distinction, or do you see it as like one is more your focus while the other one is kind of a taken for granted?
Well, I can't
See what I'm
speak for
saying?
Scott, but for myself, I see I see both things as happening simultaneously and they're equally important. But at the end of the day, I guess you could say consciousness comes first. It's primordial, and that's my stance on it.
Yeah, yeah. But that's the substance that's the substance non-dualism that I'm talking about, right? You're saying the substance that everything that exists is consciousness. But I'm asking, you have
Yes,
no
and
issue, or do you have an issue with saying there are obviously dual properties that we experience in terms of what's uh, our conscious experience being one, and then the what we call physical being the other.
nope, not at all. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay, because to me that's the property dualism. That's what it looks like to me that Christians and other people that believe in creation are doing. Is they're saying consciousness is fundamental, but consciousness that is God is fundamental. God creates dual properties. So
Well, I don't.
when you talk about a Christian dualism, it doesn't. It's not really in contrast to the non-dualism that you guys are talking about. It's a different area of question, right? One is about substance, ontological substance. The other is about properties.
Right. I mean, technically, you could fit Christianity into like a sort of a Christian idealism. You could really fit it in there. I don't
Yeah,
really
yeah. My
have a
brother is an
problem.
idealist and a Christian. I think you guys would probably, at least be interested in the way he sees
Yeah,
all that.
the only reason I personally couldn't go with that is because I just don't really subscribe to Abrahamic religions and I don't agree with this God of the Bible and stuff. Now, if you want to call consciousness God because it's primary or because you believe it's um, you know, the main thing, that's fine if you want to call it God, but I just don't believe in Christian doctrine. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't
Hmm.
associate myself with Christianity.
Hmm. Yeah, but it does seem that anybody who says for religious reasons that their God as a person and a mind and a spirit is the fundamental thing, the necessary being from which everything else exists, then they are by by definition making an idealist ontological case where the fundamental thing is a mind.
Yeah, definitely. I would say you're right about that.
Okay.
But that's me. I don't know
Well,
how Scott sees that. But
for you, Sophie, I think we probably share a lot of the same reservations about the actual religion of Christianity. But when it comes to your idea of fundamental consciousness, or uh, did you say primordial, or I forget the term you used?
yeah, I do say
Uh,
primordial because I believe that consciousness just is. It's not created. It is. It always will be. And that's just all there's to it. Because to me, that's just easier because if I believe that consciousness was created in the form of like a god, then I have to ask the question, well, who created the god? And then that just goes on and on and on, and that just drives me crazy. So I'm like, idealism kind of eliminates that for me because at this point, all I know that really truly exists is consciousness. I'm having a subjective experience. I know that I am, and that's kind of as far as it can go for me.
Hmm.
That's just me,
So
me
you were saying
personally.
that when it comes to God, you have to ask where does the God come from, but you're comfortable saying consciousness doesn't need to come from anywhere.
Yeah, not necessarily. I think it's our human limitation that expects us to, we think there has to be some kind of beginning or creation because of our own limited perspective. But what if that's not actually true? What if potential just is? You know what I'm saying? Because that's kind of how I see consciousness. I see it as infinite potential, or just potential, like raw data or something, before it takes on some kind of form or shape. You know what I'm saying? And it just is. Like, what if there's no need for a beginning or creation? What if that's just what we think, you know?
Sure, but I just don't. I mean, I ask a lot of those same questions or question a lot of those same assumptions that people make about origins, but I don't see how it gets us to, therefore, consciousness is fundamental or primordial, um, unless we're
Because
just looking for something to stick in that place, now that we're not sticking God there. But I mean, to me, when people do that, they look like they're doing the same thing that religions look like they're doing, which is just saying, we need an explanation, let's stick one in. So,
okay, so as a materialist, right? Not saying you are one, but a materialist would say what exactly? That matter just is, and that it just came out of nothing and nowhere. It just is. Aren't they saying the same thing really on the other side? And then
well, I
that
think,
consciousness, go ahead.
yeah, if the person is making that claim, then yeah, they're making that claim. Um, to me, the thing that's a little more nuanced and reasonable is to say, well, at least these things we can say for certain that they do exist.
Right.
And do we need to posit something else to call, to serve as the explanation? Do we need to multiply that entity in order to explain these things? Or would it be
Okay,
simpler
but
to say if we're going to posit something that exists without an explanation, then it would have been simpler to just stop and not try to explain the thing, right?
okay, so do you not personally ask the question how it, like, the origin of it? Are you not interested in that? I mean, do
Yeah,
you not
I am.
but
That's why I hang out with you
I
guys.
mean, do you not, so what would be what would be your explanation for, how
Well,
matter.
I don't pretend to have an explanation. I think like the thing I'm always kind of suggesting in these situations is that it really is okay to just say you don't know and leave it blank. Um,
Right,
that's
right.
kind of the
That's fine. And right, that's
that's kind of
fine.
the
And I
game I
get
play
that.
with
And I
ontology
usually,
too. Is I just say I don't think I can tell what's fundamental to reality, and so I don't take a position on it.
right, I get that. I totally get that. And you can't really take any other position, right? Because you don't know and you're being honest. And I respect that, and I think that's what everybody should do if they don't know. But here's the problem. I'm a mystic and I have mystical experiences. And these experiences are real. And for a long time, I just couldn't explain those things. And then when I came across like quantum physics and learned about like the unified field and how everything seems to work completely differently, once you break it all the way down, basically an unseen kind of realm that happens underneath it all. A lot of those processes explained the things that I go through. So I just, there has to be something to that. And
Hmm.
just because
But
I can't
Sophia,
really,
what,
yes.
I'm sorry to cut you off. It seems like what I
No,
hear
it's
you
fine.
saying is that you didn't have an explanation, and then this served as an explanation. but that's kind
Yeah,
of the
quantum mechanics.
thing I'm trying really hard to avoid, is just kind of accepting things because they seem to give us answers where we would like to have them, instead of
I
really
wouldn't
holding
say
out for.
And I wouldn't say that it's written in stone, it's just something that I'm leaning towards because at the end of the day, what
Hmm,
anyone can go by is their own subjective experience, right? And
yeah.
I think that we all have them. Transgender people have their own subjective experience, and everyone has their own subjective experience. And so all I'm saying is I'm just asking for a little bit of respect for my own subjective personal experience, and I'm not trying to pass it on as a religion or force other people to believe in it. It's just something that I'm leaning towards currently. Now if I learn something different or learn something new, I'm always open to change my mind. So I wouldn't say that it's necessarily something that should bother you that much.
Hey,
Oh well,
can you guys hear me okay now?
I hear you.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, all right. I thought my mic was broken and stuff. Man, this is a really good conversation, and
Yeah, thanks
it's
to Joel.
true. Yeah, and Joel, I want to also say that taking the agnostic position is where I'm at too, and like that's an obvious thing. The only thing that I would am more leaning towards is non-dualistic interpretation of ontology. That would be the only thing I would disagree or say. And I don't know if you have any questions. You guys gone over so much that was so good. I was like biting to jump in because I agree really with both of you guys. But I think Joel, your main point was like with theists that would say like some kind of Berkeley interpretation of idealism, which would say like God is that mind we're referring to, right?
Hmm.
Why not just say that? What's the difference between that and just a more straightforward form of idealism, like a basic form of idealism? Let me ask you, Joel, what do you think the pros would be for leaving the God label out? Why do you think that would be the move to make, if any?
Well, I'm not sure whether that's what I was advocating for. I'm pretty consistent in advocating against theism and
Yeah,
theistic belief.
I understand. I understand. I was
So
just trying to
I'm
say,
pretty.
like, because you made a really, yeah, because you made a really good point. You said, well, how would you? Aren't the theists doing the same thing in a sense, right?
Well, just that I think it sounds like a lot of times you guys say, well, we're non-dualists, and these other folks, they're dualists, like the
Hmm.
Christians. But
Right.
the sense in which they are dualists is that property dualism that, at least when Sophie and I hashed it out, she seemed pretty comfortable saying, "Yeah, I believe in those kinds of things, two properties."
Hmm.
Um, and the sense
See,
in
I'm
which you
not
guys are
really.
non-dualists,
Hmm.
that ontological, basis of reality seems to be a shared stance with any person who believed in a divine creator. They believe in a
Mhm.
mind as the fundamental thing, the
Can I
necessary
So,
say something?
being.
Can I say something real
right.
quick, Joel?
Yeah,
Joel,
yeah. Go right ahead.
uh, basically the best way that I can put it is do you believe in a unified field or a unified consciousness or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. Maybe you need to explain to me what
Okay.
you mean.
Okay, so I personally believe in a conscious unified field. And the only thing I can tell you is that I experienced that. And the only proof I have for that is another witness that witnessed that happening to me. But I just want you to try to see where I'm coming from. Like I had an
Well, what's it?
experience where
What's it like to
where I,
experience it?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna try to tell you. So I had an experience where I first started to experiment with DMT, and it so happened to coincide with the dying process of my dad. But I had no idea that he was dying. We were completely estranged, and I was basically experimenting around with it for a week. and I had these weird revelations, and it seemed like my dad was talking to me and telling me to move on with my life, that he was wrong for the things he did with me, and it kind of gave me some closure. But at the same time, I thought that maybe that was just wishful thinking, maybe that was just a trip that was drug induced. But I found out later on, actually shortly after, I received an email from my sister that told me that he just passed away and that his last words were my name. And so I asked, what happened. I asked about the details. And apparently his dying process started the same day that I was seemingly accidentally introduced to DMT, and then continued to experiment with it throughout that time that he was dying, up until the last day when he said my name, which coincided with the time frame that I had that last experience where I felt like he was talking to me. So that happened. I have witnesses. It was it's I can actually prove that to some extent, to the people who were actually around me. I obviously can't prove that to you because it's a story that I'm telling you, but that's what it feels like. It's having knowledge of things that you seemingly shouldn't have knowledge to, because you're somehow connected to someone else's mind. And the only way that could happen
So
is
what's
if
the
there's some sort
explanation?
of, what I'm saying is, the only way that could happen, logically speaking, is if there is some type of unified field that we all share, right? Where we somehow intersect sometimes,
That's the
right?
only way that could happen. I, there,
I mean, that's kind of what
it,
I think
I
logically
don't want to
should be true.
I don't
What
want to
else could
Well,
it
downplay
be?
this because I hear you're talking about a deeply personal experience. How did you rule out the coincidence that those things would coincide at the same time?
But that's just a huge coincidence. We're talking me
It would
being
be.
introduced to the look, we're talking me being introduced to the drug the same day his vitals failed and he was rushed to the hospital. And then he kind of they stabilized him. I continued to experiment that week with the drug, and I had all types of beautiful experiences, but we don't got to go into that. And then the end of it was when he took his last breath and he passed away and he said my name. And I even it seems like I experienced his death. And I don't know, it wasn't just a feeling, it wasn't just like, oh, maybe he's dying, I'm worried about him, let me go contact him. It wasn't even like that because I wasn't even aware of it happening. But yet it was like I experienced his death.
um,
And if we were to grant all that,
can I
we
jump
would
in
be
real
left
quick?
in a situation where we would just a quick point is that
Sure.
it does seem to me to be another area where we're kind of saying, well, how else can we explain this unless we just kind of posit this explanation? Just like we're doing for the ontological question, and just like believers in a God do for the question of reality and its origins, is well, we need an explanation, so we better accept this.
That's exactly right,
Well, I
and
wouldn't.
that's exactly why I wanted to jump in because I see where we're kind of losing track. Like, so let me try to just reel things in a little bit. Let me just back it up a little bit. So, well, and before I do that, let me first say, like with Sophia's experiences, she one thing she's always saying is that her experiences are never proof for other people. They're only things that she has to make sense of in her own
I accept that.
philosophy. And yeah, it's just that's so really that conversation is kind of a meta conversation about what we're really talking about.
Yeah, I
So
didn't see it like Sophia was trying to give it to me to
no, she
convince me,
wasn't. Yeah.
but I
But you know
guess
what I
I
my
was
mean?
trying to
pushback.
explain. I was just trying to explain to Joel why I think the way that I do, and that it's it's pretty much mostly based on my own experiences. And then all I was saying that is that when I was introduced to like quantum physics and things like that, those things kind of explained what was happening to me when we're talking about the double slit experiment and other things like that, quantum tunneling and those processes perfectly explain what I went through. So that's why I think there's metaphysical evidence of what I go through pretty regularly. Actually, this was just the one I chose to bring up because it's pretty it was pretty profound for me. And I see a correlation there, but I'm not trying to pass it on as a doctrine or a religion. I just really share my viewpoint on things, and I'm just trying to explain to you why I think this way, and that's pretty much it. I mean, you don't have to accept it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I didn't exactly feel like we were in a like what's the word, proselytizing situation where you were trying to get me on board. I was doing a little bit more of a pushback on you. I want to
Yeah.
understand how you get where you get,
Yeah, you're doing an
but
Right.
epistemic
but I don't
That's
epistemology.
follow.
why.
But I don't
That's
follow
why I tend.
from this experience that you've described to the ontology. Or I guess to
Right.
be fair, you weren't talking about the ontological question. You were talking about a unified theory of consciousness, right? But yeah, to me, it seems like a leap to say, well, I had this experience, and unified theory of consciousness would explain it, and that's why I believe it. You are doing the thing that I'm trying to point out in a kind way, of course, and I hope not disrespectful, is to say, I really don't know how else to explain this unless I posit this explanation. And so I'm going to.
Yeah, and
Well, I don't know.
I think that
So do
the question that
do you
Joel
know how?
has, we're kind of like missing the mark with his question is the problem. Everything
I'm
we're
just trying to
answering.
figure out if he at all does he at all do you at all like believe in quantum physics, or do you think that's just all
No,
nonsense?
I accept it as in terms of um, the best, descriptions of the experts in that field. You know, I don't understand a lot of what's there. And, it's hard to say that you accept or believe something if you don't understand it.
Right, exactly, exactly.
But
That's why I'm saying this is
yeah,
all
I mean, you
missing. This is
mentioned.
all miss. That's why I'm saying that where we've gone is missing. We're totally missing the mark with Joel right now. We're totally missing the mark with Joel because Joel
I
has
mean, why?
started off. Well, no, you have to understand. Joel has started off with a very good question, and it's a challenge.
No,
And I know how to. We can answer it, but we're going into experiences, and that's not real, or even quantum mechanics. He's not going to understand that. It does. That's
well,
not
I'm
going to
not.
land well. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I'm
Like
not
it's gonna.
trying to. I'm not.
No, I
I'm not
get it.
saying that his
Yeah,
question aren't. He's got great questions. I enjoy this conversation. I would just like
I know you do.
Joel to be. I would just like Joel to kind of look into the things that I'm proposing, so he may get a better understanding as to why I would say this could be true.
Right, right, right. And that's what Joel's asking for is then give me the reason because so far every reason you've given me isn't really a reason. That it's just a story. It doesn't do anything
Yeah.
for him. Am I right, Joel? Is that kind of like
Well, some of what Sophie has gone to here, like we already agreed, it's fine to bring up your personal reasons. For me, when even in the consideration of the reason, it seems like that final leap from the experience to the explanation is that same move that so many people do when they accept, that there must be a God that created everything, or any
mm-hmm.
number of other things where they say, I don't know how else to explain this. There must be an explanation. And then it
Right.
kind of seems to come
So
down to preference, where you say, this
I
is
just
the
kind of
explanation
it
I
disagree with
is.
that
prefer.
because
S-
I know
So it
I don't
is.
agree with that because I don't agree with that because you would kind of have to completely dismiss quantum physics, and I don't think we can do that. But hey, that's just where I'm
Well,
at.
you did bring up
Well, see,
quantum
here's the
physics.
thing. But even
To
materialists
me,
believe in quantum physics.
yeah, I mean, I kind of just accept what people seem to be observing, and then I kind of say, well, it doesn't give us answers about a unified field of consciousness. It doesn't tell us
Yeah. It
that what's fundamental
says
is physical or mental. It just tells us what's happening at the quantum level and nothing else.
so. So here's the problem. Um, and this is why I never, to be quite honest, and I'll tell all you guys this, I never liked that whole quantum mechanics argument for idealism, and I'll tell you why. It's because we're trying to
Well, I'm more of
use
a mystic.
right. What I'm saying is, I don't. The reason I don't like it isn't because it doesn't hold any weight or anything, but it's just that you have to understand your audience. Like you have to understand, like quantum mechanics is a physicalist theory. So if you're going to try to use a physicalist theory to prove how physical stuff isn't real, you're going to run into a problem. You're going to run into a misunderstanding with folks like Joel because he's going to make a very good, like he just did. He's going to say, well, even physicalists accept quantum
But
mechanics.
I don't. I
We
don't
all
deny
accept quantum
physicalism.
mechanics.
That's the whole.
Right. So what I'm getting to is like the whole quantum mechanics thing, that's an interpretation. Like there's an interpretation of quantum mechanics that says that the unified field is containing, information. And then there's metaphysics that says that information comes from consciousness. But that's not inside the theory of quantum mechanics. Nowhere in quantum mechanics are you going to see something that says, well, yeah, there's this phenomenal consciousness, and from that comes the information, and from that comes the physical reality. You're never going to read about an interpretation like
That's why
that.
I brought up metaphysics as well.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, what I want Joel to know is like, idealism isn't good to be argued from a scientific level necessarily. It's good to argue it from a metaphysical level, right? Does that make sense?
Well, I definitely, I have issues with people trying to make those kinds of arguments from
Mm-hmm.
the world is this way, which I guess is kind of a scientific
Right.
observation, to a conclusion about, therefore, what must be fundamental to reality.
Great
And I think
point.
even doing,
Glad you got there.
I
So
hold
that
back from doing that with a materialist ontology as well, that I just don't think you can get there.
so I will say that you can get there, but you're going to get there within the framework of a metaphysical conversation rather than a scientific. Um, and so I would say, how do you evaluate which metaphysical positions would make more sense? Like what sort of guiding principles can we apply to figure out together which metaphysic makes more sense between
Yeah, I
materialism
mean,
and
this is the
idealism?
$1 million question, because a lot of people posit answers here, but I don't see how any of them can be justified.
Okay, so if you go online, you can like either go to like the Stanford Encyclopedia of philosophy, and you can actually look at the core tenets of a good method for metaphysics, right? And I'll try to pull this up if I can, because this is going to be important, because a lot of people feel like that, like you do, they're going to kind of say, well, they're all equal footing, you know, saying God, saying consciousness, saying matter, it's all on equal footing. So who knows? Let's just say we don't know. There's no way to evaluate between these three, these three options to know which one is better. And actually, there's actually rules to this. Um, Part of it is there are just certain principles like parsimony. You know what parsimony is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to make the least amount of assumption. I think you were actually talking about that earlier, like assuming
We
more
had, yeah.
entities. Yeah, like we don't want to assume more entities. That's a principle. That's a guiding principle. So that's
Yeah.
part of it. And it has to have explanatory power. In other words, there should be no gaps. We shouldn't have a gap where we say, well, because of this gap, therefore materialism, or therefore idealism, or therefore God. We want to avoid as many gaps as possible, right? And
No, if you're talking about gaps in knowledge or gaps in our explanation, I think uh, that's the mistake I'm seeing is rather than to say, oh, we want to fill every gap with an explanation, instead you say, well, if we have a gap, we have to wait until we can fill it in a reasonable way, not to
right, well,
just stick something in
I'm
there.
really right. Well, I'm referring to the criteria that's set out in philosophy. Is basically what I'm referring
Hmm.
to. Not necessarily that we have to agree with it. Like some of it, I may not agree to. But
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
according to the
Well,
the criteria.
the leap
Go ahead.
that Joel talked about, I think, is just the most um honestly consistent explanation once you include experience itself. And I mean, I'm not saying that it's the ultimate fact, but it's the most consistent, and that's just my opinion.
Yes. Well,
Are we
your
talking about
view.
unified theory of consciousness?
Yeah,
It's consistent with what? What is it consistent with?
it's the most consistent explanation for these things, like quantum tunneling and things like that.
In what sense is it consistent? What's the consistency between?
Because, like I said earlier, like if you have knowledge of what's happening to someone across the country and you're not even in their vicinity, then how else would you be connected to that unless there was some type of unified something or something that
I'm
we all
sorry, that just sounds like a appeal to we don't have an answer, and so let's put this answer in. You said how
Mm,
else would we
mm.
explain it, right?
How would you
Well, you
explain it?
do. Well, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, he's not
This
going
is the
to.
point,
Joel is not.
Sophie.
He's not
This
going
is the
to.
point, Sophie. Is when people say, "Here's an explanation," and when you challenge it, they say, "Well, how would you explain it?" That is a red flag for an
Yeah.
argument from ignorance, where you're just kind of saying, until someone else has a real explanation that they can demonstrate, the one that I'm sticking in here stands. At least from
But
my own sense of what's justified.
it seems to be consistent to me because I mean, how could you know what's happening to someone else because it's also affecting you when it's affecting me in real life. I'm having the experience and I must be connected to them in some way for me to experience what someone experiences experiences that's not in my vicinity. There has to be
The
a
question
some
is,
salt.
how is that happening?
You said, how is that happening?
That's the question, right? How is that happening?
I mean, there could be a few explanations, but I think that
Oh,
the unified field is a very good explanation. It's a very coherent explanation. I'm not saying it's the ultimate fact, but it's very coherent. Would you at least agree with that?
well, as I said, I needed it fleshed out for me in terms of whether or not it's coherent. But if you're positing something that allows things to kind of like travel from one mind to another, then I suppose that's coherent with what you're suggesting happened. But that's why coherence is a really low bar. All it means is that there's no logical contradictions, and like the thing you were suggesting could stand as the explanation. But to me, that's why those things don't justify accepting conclusions, is because we could posit any number of things that could explain that.
Yeah, that's
Like,
the
what if there's no unified?
that's the
What if there is no
that's the
unified
problem.
It's
theory of consciousness?
everything.
That's
It's
called the
everything
problem of
Sophia,
behaved
over.
as a probability until observed. The observer must be part of the equation. Without
Sophia,
consciousness, the universe. Yes. I just love how he
you
says my
said,
name.
am I saying it right? I'm going to be embarrassed.
No, it's just how you say it with all that in it.
All right, I'm sorry for
It's
interrupting.
the principle of overdetermination. The principle of overdetermination.
I know you've shared so many things of like, your mystical experiences, and it's so different from my own experience. Maybe instead of a unified theory of consciousness, we should be talking about how some people like you have special, seemingly psychic abilities to connect with people over great distances, while people like me don't have that experience. To me, the unified
And
conscious,
I could kind of explain that. Like it just has to do with resonance and frequency.
yeah, but what I'm saying is rather than all of our consciousnesses being unified, yours and mine, wouldn't it make more sense to kind of say, well, yours is connected in some kind of way that is beyond the natural or whatever physical, and seemingly mine is not, because that would
Okay. I
also
mean
explain what seems to be going on, right? That would be a
that's a fair
coherent.
that's a fair point. But what I'm saying is that the potential is there. Like you could be on the same frequency, but you're just not, and that's your own path. And I don't have a problem with that. But I think that the potential exists for everyone, which points back to a unified field. Just because you don't experience it, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It just means that you're not tapped into it.
Well, in other words, I'm not connected to the unified thing you're talking about. You are and I'm not.
But you are. Everyone is. That would be silly.
It's just
If
that
if,
you're
if we
not
weren't if
aware
we
Well,
of it.
it
weren't
That's
wouldn't
connect
be.
all.
That's my
if
point. Is
we
it wouldn't be
you
unified if
see,
not everyone's in it.
Joel, you have won the argument. Sophia, he
I,
has won. He has won. He finally I can say someone's defeated us because
come
we just
on,
walked.
Scott.
No, we did because I'm gonna tell you why. Sophia, you have walked into his framework, and while you're arguing within his framework, we're just contradicting ourselves left and right here. It's obvious.
Right. I'm just saying that, like, okay, you are Joel and you have a common origin, right? You got two parents, and you may be raised in a different family because you're a foster kid and you never get to know your parents. And so you're not connected to your biological parents. That doesn't erase the fact that you came into existence because of your biological parents. So to me, that's what that argument sounds like. Just because you're not connected to the unified field also doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And then there are people like me who
It
seem to
just
be
doesn't include all of
connected to.
us.
Sophia, we're contradicting ourselves. If you're not if Joel is not connected to the unified field, then you've just debunked non-dualism.
Well,
No, because what
you're
I'm saying is that he's
my
Or
question
do you
is,
he's
mean
aren't
do
you
you
connected.
at
mean
least
mentally?
you're talking about something other
He's
than a
just not
unified field
aware
of
of it.
consciousness if it doesn't include us all?
See,
He's
I'm
just
just
not aware of it.
confused. Maybe I'm just confused because I thought like my understanding of the unified field theory and quantum mechanics is everything is connected. There's nobody you can't choose not to be. That's where I'm kind of confused. How do you not be
Yeah, but
connected?
I didn't say that he's not connected. I said that he's just not aware of it because of the
Oh,
way that
oh,
he
gotcha,
thinks.
gotcha, gotcha,
He sees,
gotcha, gotcha,
he sees that as
gotcha.
he sees himself as separate from that, or he thinks in a
Oh, I
separate
see what
way.
you mean. Gotcha, gotcha.
Well,
Now
I'm
I'm
just
starting.
I'm just saying that the personal experiences that you, Sophia, put forward as being confirmation of this are things that I don't have, and so I'm just saying and maybe it's because I don't understand what exactly you're suggesting about this unified field, but I thought you were talking about like all of us being connected in a mental way that is, goes beyond just being able to talk to each other and stuff.
Yep.
Well,
And I
we kind of are, but we just not necessarily are all on the same frequency where we realize that. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not saying that
Hmm.
my experience is, and
So,
honestly, for many years, I thought my experiences were just delusions. So like, I didn't use my experience as proof because I didn't even dare speak about it. I didn't start speaking about it until I learned about, things like quantum entanglement and quantum tunneling. And then I saw that there is at least some kind of explanation that could,
mechanism.
yeah, some kind of mechanism. And so that's all I'm saying. And I appreciate the pushback, but I just think that you could be just a tad bit more open-minded and maybe research those topics a little more. And yeah, and maybe try to see what I'm talking about. But I mean, that's up to you.
well, I hope you see that trying to see what you're talking about is the goal here. That's kind of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Um,
All right.
I would, yeah. I mean, I'm asking you questions, and I'm trying to see how you get from one thing to another. I
Can
don't
I
know.
can I give it a can I give it a stab, Joel?
Yeah, man.
Because there's different ways of talking about it. So I will just say, like, maybe just start off with the premise. Like in idealism, right? Reality is not made of matter, but consciousness or mind, as you know. So that would be like physical events, bodies, space time, you know, visions that Sophia has, visions that you don't have. All of that are expressions or patterns, of course, within this larger field of consciousness, right? So that just simply means that the apparent separation, this apparent duality between like your mind and mine and Sophia's and everything else is a phenomenal division, not an absolute division, right? So kind of like the waves appearing distinct, though they all belong to one ocean. That's really the best way to put it. That should be enough to kind of like tie the view together. I'm not saying it's enough to convince you, but at least that
So let
should
me
give you
ask
an
a question.
understanding. Yeah, go ahead.
Sounded like what you were talking about would be true for all of us. That for all of us, we appear to be different things, but for all of us, we are in fact one thing. But what Sophia's answer seemed to be was that no, we really do all have different experiences because different people are on different frequencies. That's why some people have the kind of experiences that she's describing, and some people don't. But
So listen back to what I said though. Listen back to what I said
mhm,
because you're not getting it. So remember, this means that the apparent separation between your mind and mine and your experiences and Sophia's experience that we don't have
mhm.
is a phenomenal division, but it's not an absolute one. Does that make sense? That's why I was asking
Yeah,
you. Does that
I
make
heard you.
sense?
Yeah, I think I understand you. My response was to point out that you seem to be saying something that would be true for all of us, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's as true for you as it is for me,
Yeah.
as it is for Sophia. And so it doesn't give an
What is
explanation for
true?
why no, it
What is
doesn't give an
true?
explanation for why she has a different experience of,
But
having
what
these
truth
kind of
are
connections
go back? What truth? I'm lost. So you said it's true for everyone. What is true for everyone?
that we all appear to be separate and independent, but in fact, we're all, kind of part of the same non-dual thing. I believe is
Oh,
what you were
oh
talking
yeah,
about.
like that the disassociation, the separation between your mind and mine, right? That's true for
Hmm.
everybody. Now, I'm not saying that that's absolutely true for everyone because, and I'm not sure if this is true or not. I'm just leaving the possibility open. But there are people who claim to have psychic abilities, people that claim to know what you're thinking. So they do have access to your mind. Now, if that
Yeah,
were
well, that's
true,
kind of what I was bringing up was does that being like we could explain some things by saying, well, psychics, that's the explanation.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm trying to get to.
But does that make it a good explanation just because it plausibly explains or coherently explains what we see? I was even trying
Let's
to contrast the
let's
idea that
explore it.
Sophia's
Let me
experience
put
is
it, I'm just trying to
explained
understand. I'm just
Let's
trying to
by.
explore it.
understand what's like, you know, you're a human, I'm a human, and you might be good at something that I'm not good at. Just because you're a mechanic and I have zero skills as a mechanic doesn't mean that as human beings we have more in common than not. We're still human beings, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay.
But I think
So
what
if
Joel's
nothing
getting at
else,
is even deeper. What Joel's getting at is that it seems like this psychic ability can also be easily explained by dualism, maybe even better than idealism. So why did you go idealism and not dualism? Would that make sense to what you're asking, Joel?
that's kind of fair because I was really bringing up the claims of psychic phenomenon to stand as another coherent explanation that people posit
Hmm.
that presumably is different and unique from this idea of a unified theory of consciousness, but it still is coherent.
Hmm. It's internally coherent with dualism,
Well, it could
right?
be coherent. I feel like it could be
With
coherent
any
with
of them.
any. Yeah.
That's what I'm
So what
saying.
are you
That's what
saying?
I'm saying.
So
That's
are you saying that?
that.
So I just trying to follow along because y'all using big ass words here, and I'm kind of dumb. So I'm just trying to see. Are you saying that my experiences may be very real, but not necessarily explained by idealism? That it could be just as true
Yes.
if I use
Yes.
physicalism, and that's just the way that reality works. And I've asked myself that, so maybe it is all about semantics. Because I mean, it's possible because I've talked to physicalists who say, "Oh, there was just this potential, and everything came out of potential." And with my LFM model, I'm kind of saying the same thing, that
Yes.
consciousness is just potential. So I mean, in
See
a
that?
way, I see
Right.
what you're saying. It could just be semantics, but I mean, for the purpose of, I guess, um, I don't know. Like, you got
It's
me
like
all messed up now.
it's like this. It's like this. Look, I could say if you drink alcohol and get drunk, like if this alcohol substance affects my consciousness, that supports idealism. I could say that. But then a materialist could come along and say that doesn't necessarily prove idealism, because I also believe that if you drink alcohol, it will affect your brain, which will affect your consciousness. So, how do you get from alcohol disrupts my consciousness to idealism and not materialism? That's kind of like the same thing Joel, I think, is asking. Is he saying, I don't
Right.
understand how you're getting from that experience? How is that getting you to idealism? In the
Can
same
I ask
way
a
that,
question?
yeah, go right ahead. Sorry, Objective. I
No,
totally
no, no.
forgot
I'm
you.
following. I'm just here to observe, and I wanted to plug that survey that I think everybody should go take. But this
Yeah.
is a fascinating conversation, and I want to clarify here before I even ask my questions. I do sincerely believe that Joel is offering healthy skepticism. I do not see him as being cynical
Yep.
whatsoever. I think he's engaging
Yep.
honestly and intellectually honestly with every question and comment. So I really appreciate Joel's approach here.
I
I
appreciate
have
that.
two
Yep.
questions for Joel. So I'll ask the first one, and after you answer, I'll ask a follow-up question. And this is just so that I can better understand your perspective.
Sure.
What do you think about transcendental existence of anything? Anything that's transcendental. Do you think transcendental things can exist or are part of reality?
I,
Great
I
question.
don't I don't have a belief about them existing. When you asked, I think you asked whether it's possible. I would have to say I don't know. Uh, and more importantly, one more point is that if there was something transcendental, how would you know?
Good answer.
Okay, yeah, and the word existing is probably uh, put on my part because we think of existing as something that's material. So I just meant as part of reality. I should have stuck with that. So I apologize for that. That just muddies the
No,
water.
it's, yeah,
Um,
hard to
so
talk sometimes without.
when it comes to something like trying to quantify love or happiness, joy, things of this nature, would you consider that to be a transcendental issue, or is there a materialist explanation that we could use to quantify or gauge something like that?
I don't think it would. It doesn't seem to qualify as transcendental to me because it's right here within the reality of what we're experiencing. In terms of, are there materialist explanations for why we experience love? Yeah, I think so. Uh, but to me, those don't entail the commitment to the materialist ontology, right? Like we can get love in a biological, material, natural way, but fundamentally, the universe could have been made by a god, or there could be a fundamental consciousness behind it, but we still get love in natural, biological ways.
Well, I agree with you 100% on the source of these things, the biological source. I have no disagreement there. I'm just curious about the actual existence. How do we quantify? Because we can't to my knowledge anyway, we cannot quantify something like love using a materialist explanation. It it's going to be something that would be transcendental. So when I'm using the word transcendental, that is a way that something that is not physical interacts with the physical world. It ties into what they call the combination problem or the hard problem of consciousness, which is what ultimately I think you guys are bumping up against. And that's kind of what caught
Yep.
my attention, is that ultimately there are some things that so far we just don't have good answers for. And one of those things is called hard solipsism. We just got to kind of bite the
Which I
bullet
really
on
want
that.
to talk to you
And
about solipsism.
oh, you don't want to?
No, we need to. We need to talk about it.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to have a conversation. Joel, I've seen you on several different channels, and I've always been really impressed with you. I can tell you're very intelligent, and you're, like I said, I think you're a healthy skeptic. I don't find you to be cynical at all. And I'm agnostic, so I'm open to a lot of things. I'm not convinced of much of anything. But when it comes to, like I said, we bump up against hard solipsism. The philosophers have ultimately come up with experiential reality, or what I like to call the experiential asymmetry, which gets us a really good argument, but it doesn't really technically solve hard solipsism. The other thing that we come up against is the hard problem of consciousness. So at some point, people can make theories or develop theories in an effort to try and explain the reality that we're all seem to be experiencing. But I don't know if we'll ever actually bridge that gap, because you are absolutely correct. There is a gap here, and there's a gap fallacy if anyone asserts something as being true in this conversation. I don't think Sophia or Scott are doing that. I think they're just pontificating and embracing an idea that they feel they have a solid argument for. But I think you're absolutely right, Joel. There is a gap here.
Well, I think that I don't want to. I hate it when people throw around fallacy accusations personally, but I also feel that it's important to avoid them. Uh, when I hear someone say, "Well, what else could it be?" I kind of think, "Well, that's pretty much a telltale sign there." But you know, I feel like a person can have other reasons. A person can have good reasons and still ask that question. But when you're in a conversation asking for the good reasons and you get that question in response, that is
Hmm.
telling. You know what I mean? And it shouldn't be seen as any kind of like, oh, you guys are, you know, just awful about this.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah,
more
yeah.
of
Well,
like, this is common
that's why
mistakes that people make.
I kept wanting to jump in, man. I kept wanting to jump in and get to a better answer, because I understand that. Like, I debate a lot. Like, I've been debating Christians and stuff for, what, 10 years now online and stuff. YouTube and shit like that. And one of the questions they always come up with, yeah, but how do you explain it then? As if that's some kind of defeater. So I'm well aware, I understand that fallacy. That's why I was like biting at the bit to jump in and say, no, don't answer that way. That's not how you answer that problem, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like
So,
you just need to go in a different direction with reasons
yeah, and it's very
that aren't.
simple. It's so simple, Joel. It's so simple. Number one, to be agnostic, and not know is the best position to have if you don't know, right? That's the most honest position. So that right there, we can all grant you that. But what we can do, if we're going to talk about metaphysics, if we're going to promote one over the other, right? Why would we have to? We have to then explain why are you? And this is why I really appreciated your question from the beginning, because the question basically, in essence, is why are you choosing this metaphysic over all the other ones? That's really all you're really asking. And so my answer to that is that you have to, first of all, we have to know what are the criteria of good metaphysics, according to philosophy. I mean, metaphysics is philosophy, right? And if we're going to do philosophy, I mean, I would like to use the standards of good philosophy, right? And so if you look into metaphysics and you actually look at how can you distinguish between good metaphysics and bad metaphysics, it's not that hard. It's very easy. And that's all I'm saying is that for me, for my argument, the reason why I would lean one way or the other for non-dualism or an idealism is because it better meets these criteria. That's really the fast answer. But it
And you
still
think that
isn't a
the
proof. It isn't a
criteria,
proof. It isn't a
the
proof
criteria
though.
is sound and justified in your mind.
Well, it's a comparative thing. It's analytic. You're doing analytical philosophy. So you could say, is it does it is it God damn it, what's the word? Is it parsimonious? In other
Mhm.
words, do you have how many assumptions does your view have versus the other views? And we can use that as one little factor we can consider. Another one, like, is it internally consistent? We can use that as another. See if we can check that box. Does it rely on gaps? Like, does it rely on gaps? Like, say, for example, materialism has a gap. How do you get experience from intangible or tangible? How do you get the intangible, subjective, first-person experience out of intangible, unthinking, dumb, inert matter? That's a gap, right? So materialism at least has one gap there, but it's got a bunch of them. But then you can also ask, like the theists, you can also compare that metaphysic, God. Okay, how parsimonious is it? Not very, because God has all these infinite qualities, right? So you've got an infinity of extra stuff to explain. So I would just compare all of those things against idealism to see which one checks more boxes than the other ones, and
So
decide
let me
just
offer
based
this
on that.
pushback to you.
Sure, sure.
You think that this criteria, or at least the few that you laid out, are reasonable to make, but what is the basis for saying whatever metaphysical truths there are about reality, these principles will guide us to them? How do we know that about metaphysical truths when we're doing all of this from the armchair, seemingly? There's
Yep.
no firsthand experience to appeal to say, well, last time we uncovered metaphysical truth, we found out this about it. And so going forward, we can make this assumption in a reasonable way.
hmm
That's how we do induction, right?
hmm hmm
And abduction, by extension. We first appeal to what our past experiences are. We form a
hmm
principle about what we would expect the future to be like, or past events that we didn't, observe, and then we kind of go to the best explanation.
hmm
But in this
hmm
case, we seem to be missing the entire background that we must start with, which is having some kind of experience with what metaphysical things are like. And absent that, I don't see how we can claim, well, metaphysical things must be simple. So parsimony is our guiding principle. And metaphysical things can't be contradictory. Well, physical things don't seem to be able to. We're going to extend that conclusion to something that is nothing like it, something that is
Um,
fundamentally different. Whatever is, if there's anything metaphysical,
I,
sorry, I didn't hear that.
sorry, I want to butt in for a second here because
mhm.
like everybody is gonna lean towards whatever kind of coincides with their own experience the most to a certain extent, and we're all still a work in progress. And I think that I appreciate the pushback, but sometimes I think you push back a little too hard because it almost comes off like you're saying that, we shouldn't lean towards that. So that's why I asked you, well, then what do you lean towards? And you basically just say, well, I just don't know. And it's like,
Right.
I don't know at all. It's also not good enough for me. And I think that we're all a little bit
Let's see.
biased
Yes,
somewhere,
Sophia.
a little bit, a little bit here and there. We're all a little bit biased. At the end of the day, we're all
I,
having a subjective experience, and we're gonna lean towards the things that coincide with our own experience the most. I mean, what are we arguing about here? Like, I don't know. It's just we're gonna go in circles all day, man.
Yeah. So maybe Joel, you're saying that the last thing you had said was basing a metaphysic. Usually, what we base our
can I cut you
conclusions
just a
on.
second, Scott? I wanted to respond to Sophia.
Oh, go right ahead. Go right
And
ahead. Yeah.
Sophia, you said a lot there, and maybe this didn't strike you the way that it struck me. But one of the things you said was, "I don't know is not good enough for me." And this is partly what I'm trying to get across to you is that when you're doing honest and reasonable uh, conclusions, you have to be okay with I don't know when that is the reasonable conclusion. And when you have that discomfort that drives you
Right,
to
but what
accept something, that's when you make this mistake that I'm trying to point out, seemingly is being made here from what I see.
right, but what I'm saying is that I don't know isn't good enough for me, and because I don't know, I'm leaning towards something that I want to explore that I believe can give me more answers. And so this is why I lean towards idealism because I'm a mystic, obviously, and I choose to explore that side of the coin. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
for the same reason, that's not to say that that's the ultimate, answer, but I'm definitely leaning towards it because it does seem to coherently explain some of the things that I already intuitively um, believe. So if I'm guided in that direction to explore that side of the coin, that's the only thing I'm kind of hoping that you would be a little more open minded to, because I think that you know you also don't know, and you can't know more unless you explore. And I just think that materialism has kind of given us all these explanations, but we still don't know. We still can't solve the hard problem of consciousness. And all I'm saying is there are things that are that are directing us in a different direction, and it can't hurt to explore it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I agree that exploring it is fine, and that I include what I'm doing to be exploring the idea. I I wouldn't, I don't describe myself, or rather, I'm adamant that I don't lean towards materialism or idealism. But when you say you lean towards it, do you mean that as a belief position of thinking that it's most likely the case? It's an accepted belief, or do you mean it as just a topic of interest and an area of exploration that you see as more valuable in pursuing?
Yes, I think that for me personally, and I think we could all benefit from it, it's another area that would be worth exploring because it could give us more answers because we kind of been stuck in the same loop. And I think it is more valuable. At least it is to me.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
I would agree with that.
you stop short of describing it as a belief that you accept. Because I thought you guys were said we like when you say we are non-dualists, you're partly saying we accept this to be true
That's different.
and not okay.
That's different. So non-dualism is the umbrella term, and idealism falls under non-dualism as a kind of monism. So like non-dualism, you can be a materialist and be a non-dualist.
Mhm.
You can be a you can be anything. You can be a theist and be a non-dual. You can be
I get
anything and be a non.
I get the
It's just
distinction.
that the
And
idealism,
I don't mean to conflate the two. I guess what I'm trying to say is
trying to learn, and that's good, and
yeah.
that's the whole
But to
thing
the
is that
extent
this is what's causing
when
the
it comes
problem,
to
though.
the
Like I
to
said,
saying I believe in non-dualism, you're not saying I lean towards this as the most likely explanation. Whereas
I
when it
lean
comes
towards
to
idealism.
fundamental consciousness, you would kind of couch it that way, or at least
Yeah,
Sophia was doing that.
like Sophia leans towards idealism, and like I could probably say the same thing. I lean towards idealism, but I know non-dualism. Does that make sense?
Oh, well, you're expressing that on one case you have a high certainty that it's true,
Hmm.
and on the other one you're not even saying that it is true. You're just saying you prefer it as a topic to
No, I'm
explore,
no, I'm
like Sophia was.
no, I'm saying non-dualism is true, and I'm saying idealism may or may not be true.
Idealism you lean towards just as a topic that you prefer
Right.
to discuss and consider, whereas
Yeah,
on
because
dualism you say, I'm confident that this is true.
yep. So the reason I
And so,
lean towards and I would also add to that the reason we talk about idealism so much is because it provides for us a better mechanism for non-dualism than say materialism, because materialism entails too many logical problems.
you're saying that materialism can't be non-dualist?
No. Oh, say that again. I'm sorry. Maybe I misheard you.
I thought you said that non-dualism entails idealism because materialism has too many
It entails
contradictions.
no. Let me say it again. So non-dualism is an umbrella term, and it can entail any monism. It entails idealism, materialism, theism. That's the kind of stuff it can entail because but if you look at each ism carefully, you're going to find a problem with every one of them, including idealism. But what you can do is you can compare among those offerings, right, and see which one proposes the least amount of problems logically. And you can pick one. You can say, hey, this one checks all these boxes, but these other ones don't. And so I'll pick this one because it checks the least amount of boxes. And so therefore, some people would say, therefore, I am a true believer in idealism, or I'm a true believer in theism, or I'm a true believer in materialism. That would be a mistake for me. I would say in that case, you're just being dogmatic. You're just picking a metaphysic that makes sense. Even if it checks all the boxes, you don't know if it's true. Because even inherent with idealism is the idea that your mind is not going to understand the full. And the same with materialism. They all say the same thing. You can never know all of reality because your mind is limited. Those are the two things in common between materialism and idealism. And that very entailment is why you can't trust materialism or idealism 100%. But you can you can do an analytic on it. You can kind of do a comparison and see which one makes more logical sense. You can do that. But with non-dualism, that's inescapable.
Can I make one interjection here? It's actually relative to this.
Yep, please.
Scott, I sent you an email with a link to that deconverted man survey. I think you should
Uh-huh.
post that in the chat of this video.
Uh,
It's
Perfect.
something that actually I would recommend Joel. I'd recommend Uncarved Block Logan. I do believe I saw my friend Nathaniel pop into the chat. Is that what's happening down there? Is Nathaniel here? What does he go by? Taurus Neckers Productions, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
outstanding if he popped in. I think even though this survey is technically titled for atheists, it really is something that I think theists should take a look at and really could answer as well. I think that most of the questions. So the questions are actually located in the description of the video. So the video itself is just a short 3-minute explanation of why he's asking the survey. And that is really targeted more towards dealing with the questions that atheists and agnostics get from Christians. So it's a really good survey. I would really encourage you guys to check it. And it does actually apply to what you guys are talking about, because it does talk about, one of the questions is, are you a naturalist or a materialist or something else? So that ties directly to what you guys are talking about. And I'll go ahead and jump back out and let you guys continue.
And also, I wanted to mention that Objective Ethics is doing a debate on the I think it's 1st of November, right? And it's going to be an
That is
ethics debate.
That is correct. I'm debating an atheist who's actually a friend of Nathaniel's, the gentleman, the Taurus Neckers Productions. His name is
Mm-hmm.
Tom, and I'm debating the objective ethics or objective morality versus subjective morality. As you guys already know, um, I am a firm believer in objective ethics and objective morality, even though I'm an
Mm-hmm.
agnostic. And most skeptics, atheists, and agnostics believe that morality is subjective. So
Mm-hmm.
this is going to be a really good debate. I would love to see you guys tune into it if you guys are available or interested. You can always watch the debate after. You don't have to watch it live. But we will be taking some questions from the chat. And I'd like you guys, if you believe in subjective morality, I'd like you guys to bring your best, strongest question, because I believe that I've got an argument that cannot be defeated.
And that's
Okay,
for, you said subjective morality or subjective ethics?
So technically speaking, the debate proposition was supposed to be, is the basis of morality subjective? But morality and ethics are really tied together. Even people who believe in subjective or objective morality understand that there's a connection between morality and ethics. And there's a lot of people who don't even think that there's a difference between the two. It's just how people use the word ethics and morality. So it's really a matter of preference at that point. So you can call it objective morality, you can call it objective ethics. My argument covers both morality and ethics. That's how strong the argument is. So you guys can word it however you want.
Would
Mm.
normative statements not cover the whole
See, that's
both
that's the
categories?
that's where it becomes definitional, because you're exactly right, Joel. Technically speaking, according to certain definitions, because again, words are just used to try and get us to a common understanding of things, but words are just invented by people. Definitions are fluid to a certain degree. So
Sure.
ethics is dealing with the meta, and morality deals with what you're talking about, the normative. So normative is like a behavior. But in order for us to determine if a behavior is good or bad, we have to base it on something. So that's where the ethics come into play. So morality really technically just means you're making a decision that you need to decide if it's good or bad or not. If it's moral or immoral, really what the moral means is it's a decision, it's an action, a thought, or a word. And then meta, the ethics is what that decision is. Okay, is it ethical or unethical? And it gets a little bit complex, but that's really what the technical definition of these words means. But morality is tied directly to ethics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sophia, did you
And what
have
about,
anything to say?
Not at the moment. I'm just listening. I'm actually driving. And yeah, a little bit.
Sophia,
Okay.
Don't
I hope
today.
none
I
of
think
that
I'm
that
running out of fucking steam.
I hope that none of what I offered is seen as real disrespectful
That was
criticism or
very
anything
mean of
on
you,
that
Joel.
line.
That was,
You
I
know,
gotta say, man,
you know,
you're
people
worse
get
than
frustrated,
Haystack.
but
You're worse than Haystack, Joel.
I know, man. I know.
No,
Bunch
I
of
don't see it
trannies.
like that. I
You
don't
shouldn't be
see it
calling
as
us.
you.
Don't call us
I don't
names,
see it.
Joel.
I don't see it as you being disrespectful, but sometimes I do feel a little bit invalidated, and it just kind of sucks being me sometimes because it's really hard to explain to people that this is what I go through, and it kind of makes me feel lonely and fucking isolated sometimes.
Yeah,
I can
it
imagine.
sounds like your experience is very unique. You know, as we were saying, it's not necessarily a common one for people.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
I enjoy talking with you guys, and I hope you don't see any of that as an attack. So there's
Hey,
that.
Joel,
No, no.
did you see the interview my sister last weekend? I interviewed her. Did you see that one?
I missed that one. Which episode was
Okay.
that?
Yeah, so it was one where it's on near death experience. So kind of what Sophia's going through is kind of like what my sister's going through, right? Like my
Yeah.
sister was never really cared about spiritual shit and near death. She didn't believe none of that. But then she's went through three of them and they were very profound and crazy. And so immediately she found herself in a position where how am I going to explain any of this to people because I don't even believe this stuff yet. I have to deal with it. And so for the longest time, she never really spoke about it. For the same reason, Sophia, she felt lonely, isolated. No one's going to understand. And every criticism lodged against her was the same criticism she used to lodge against people that said stuff like that. So it's not like she doesn't understand. So it just kept her in a place where she's like, I'd just rather not talk about it because it's just too hard to help people understand what my little experiences were, even though to her they were life changing. But for anybody else, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And so, yeah, I understand. That's why I always say, like to Sophia, I'm like, the experiences, it's great. And I understand why she doesn't really talk about them a lot because no one's really going to understand. I don't even understand, to be quite honest with you. Like, I don't understand a lot of things with my sister but I have fortunately have some experiences that I've encountered that I can't explain, but not being able to not explain it doesn't mean I get to explain it with something. You know what I mean?
Sure. And I just think that it's so easy to find people making that mistake over and over again that
Hmm.
it's on one hand it's so forgivable, that it just comes naturally to us. But also it's the kind of thing that if you're paying attention and you're seeing it, kind of you gotta flinch, you don't
Hmm.
just yeah.
Yeah, of
But
course. And
anyway,
because you bring it to you bring it to people, and it's the same thing that I would have to respond the same way every time. Like when I debate with Christians or have conversations with religious people or spiritual people or whoever, and they make these claims, whether it's a mundane claim or not, it's it leads to the question, how do you know? And how can I know? And how do you tell the difference between your imagination and a true experience of transcendence? How do you know the difference?
mhm.
Well, I
And people
actually
can't
see
answer.
something.
Sometimes you just can't answer that. You just can't answer that because the nature, see, this is what I keep saying is that we're
I
locked into
could
this
answer it, but
language.
again, I could answer it, but again, that would require someone else to just believe it, and that's just
Right.
the hard
That's,
part about it. Because I mean, if I have knowledge of something that I shouldn't have knowledge
yeah.
about, and
And
it turns out to be true, that's at least personal proof that my experience is real. But how do I fucking demonstrate that? How do I, um, you know what I'm saying? Like only the people who are in my immediate circle can testify to it. But there are like the
My issue
telepathy
is
tapes and things like that, and
even
yeah,
if
go
I
ahead.
Well,
grant
yeah, you,
that what you
the way that I'm
said
seeing this, if I may,
happens the way you said it, but uh, but what about the conclusion that you're giving as your explanation? That's my hang up, right? Is that I
of
don't even
course.
feel
Well,
like I need to say, "Oh, I
I
don't
would say that
believe that
honestly,
happens to you." I just say, I don't see how you got from that happened to this is the explanation.
Right. So what I'm saying is, honestly, that doesn't really matter to me that much because at the end of the day, I'm just looking for answers like everyone else. And right now, it seems to me that through this channel, through these conversations, and by studying idealism, I'm understanding myself more and I see a positive outcome from that. And it affects me positively. So I'm kind of sticking with what I see as a positive result. It unifies people. It gets people on the same page, and it fosters understanding. So just as I'm leaning towards it, I'm not saying it's the ultimate truth, but it's just where I'm at currently. That's just the stage of where I'm at right now. And so at the end of the day, though, what the actual explanation is in words doesn't really fucking matter to me because all I know is that my experience is real, and at the very least, you acknowledge that it's real. You're not saying, "Oh no, I don't believe that happened to you" or whatever, and that's actually more important to me.
Right. The
Yeah, I mean, if that's
attribution.
partly what you mean by validation, then I'll give it wholeheartedly. I believe you that you had that experience like the way it happened. Uh, but like I said, my hang up is just the next step. And to reflect back what I think you just said, you said, where I said, hey, I just don't see how you get from the experience to the explanation. You seemed to say, I'm not too concerned with that. And I'm more concerned with kind of the pragmatic results of, hey, this works for me or for other people and the way that we interact with the world. And so that the actual truth of it is secondary to the impact that it has. Is that fair, or is that getting you wrong?
Yeah, that's kind of fair because I mean, at the end of the day, I could be wrong. It may not be idealism. I leave that as a possibility, but that's just where I'm at right now. So
And
I
see,
gotta
Yeah,
this is
like,
stand behind it.
exactly this is exactly the difference between. And I'm sorry to jump in here, but this is really important here. I have a lot of conversations with Christians or theists in general, and I also have discussions like with people like Scott and Sophia who run through very fascinating thought experiments. Is what I would consider them to be. Is this is just really a thought experiment? And as long as Sophia, and I know she's not doing this, so I feel like she's fully justified here. She's not trying to make a truth claim here. She's simply trying to offer an explanation that allows her to navigate the world more effectively. And I think that's
wow.
perfectly reasonable.
That's a
And I
great
think
way to
that,
put it.
and I just
Yeah,
think
Yeah.
that,
exactly.
that's why when I debate Christians, for example, I don't debate the existence of God. I'm an
Right.
agnostic. I give it a 50-50 proposition. The things that I
Perfect.
debate are things like ethics and morality, things that I feel I have a solid, valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion. So I'm willing to make that argument. I argue things about like the global flood myth because we have enough empirical evidence to completely debunk the idea of a global flood. So I will debate certain things that some theists hold on to, but I will not debate a lot of their religious claims. And the other thing, just like what Joel is doing, and I give him a lot of credit here because I think he's kind of been misunderstood, is that Joel is not discrediting personal experience, and neither do
Right.
I. If a theist or if
That's right.
Sophia or anybody has a personal experience, that is just as valid to them, and I will validate it for them, even if it doesn't move the needle for me personally.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that's
everything
why I
on
love
this
you.
is
And
I
me
love
comes to
I
me
objective
by way
ethics,
of my
man.
personal
I
experience.
appreciate. Yeah, I wanted to say I do appreciate that Joel is not saying that I don't believe you. So I definitely appreciate that. I don't think that he's
Hmm.
trying to invalidate my experience. Like you said, he just has a problem with the explanation. And like you said, objective ethics. I'm not making a truth claim here. That's just like you said. It helps me navigate the world better.
And if I can point one thing out just to kind of point to the problem one more time, if we haven't done that already, but I would say that this non-duality idealistic claim, basically what it's saying is that all apparent distinctions like say self versus world, mind versus matter, subject versus object, are all illusory, and reality is ultimately one undivided consciousness. Now, the problem, the challenge, and we're running into that here, is that any empirical, say, scientific experiment or observation automatically assumes a duality, like the observer observed duality. Language itself operates in terms of, say, categories, distinctions, contrasts, which non duality says are ultimately not real. So, traditional proof or arguments in that sense is going to be very problematic because of language. And so that it requires a little unpacking and understanding to kind of get down to what this is all about. But there are ways, to creating a truth. Like I said, non-duality is kind of undeniable, right? Because it's always available for you, and everything is happening within your experience itself. So the whole thing is that, you know, um, identity, for example, um, limitation, all of that stuff. All of this stuff is subjective. It's storytelling. Um, And we know that's the case. That's one part of it. But we also know that everything we observe is in our conscious experience. So everything sort of dissolves into that non dual experience. And so when you start making ontological claims, you want to build them on things not things that are going to be gap points, like gaps in your understanding. You want to build parsimoniously. And so that's where the idealism comes in. You're trying to create this argument, in the best way
But
you
you
can
make
by
it as a
using
truth claim, right, Scott?
the non-dualism part. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. The
Uh,
non-dualism
I
part
guess.
is true, and I can back that up in different ways. But that's
I
different
guess
than
in
idealism.
response to what objective ethics raised, which I feel like is absolutely fair to say, hey, I'm not making a truth claim. I'm just talking about a principle that we
Hmm.
can live by, right? But I think that might just be refuted by the truth claims that are entailed in the position, right? That if you say, that reality is fundamentally non-dualistic, that's a truth claim. You might find that
Hmm.
life is better for you believing it, but it doesn't mean that you can say it's not a truth claim. It's just a principle. It's
Well, how
still a
do you know
truth claim.
what's how would we know what's truth in your opinion?
How would we know what's truth, or how would we recognize a truth claim?
No,
Because
how
that's what
would
I'm
we
saying
how
is that's a truth claim.
no, I'm saying how would we know what's true?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. It's the one I'm always asking. But you see what I'm saying? I'm asking a totally different question than you're asking. You're
Yeah, I
changing the
understand, and
subject.
yeah, I know, and I'm kind of doing that because I'm trying to kind of set it up to make a better argument, right? Like,
Okay, help me then. Help
yeah,
me.
like so, right. So we're talking about truth claim. So we're gonna make you're saying that, a truth claim. What are you basing your truth claim on? Like, is it just the way you feel? It has practicality in your life. Does that make it true? You're asking that question is valid. So my next point to ask, what can we agree on to go to figure that out? We have to agree. How do we know what's true, or what methods can we employ, like correspondence theory, coherence theory, constructivist contextual theory? Like, which theory are we going to apply in order to examine a truth claim that we can both agree on?
um, I mean, to me, I don't think we have to assume any one of those particular views of truth of what makes something true to kind of say, here's a statement that seems to be a claim about what's true, as opposed to a principle that doesn't make a claim about what's true. Like if I say, um, you know, you should always wash your hands after you eat, that's a principle that is great to live by, and hopefully a lot of us do. but it isn't a truth claim about what's external in the world. You can't go out and find that, or you're not saying that that is something about the reality, in terms of being a principle. Or maybe you are. It just kind of relates
So
to germs and what's healthy. But
yeah, so maybe what I was going at is like certain things we can do. Like we can check against reality. That's one of the things we can do. Like we can gather
mhm.
reliable evidence. Like what can we observe, measure, and experience? And then we can use reason and logic to interpret the evidence without contradiction, right? And then we can be aware of our own cognitive, emotional, cultural biases. We can take that in consideration. For example, gravity is true because experiments and predictions consistently correspond with observations, right? And in that
Mhm.
sense, we can say gravity is true. That's one way to do it. You know, that's what I'm getting at. Like, how can we open up the conversation? Because, I'm so ready and willing to kind of like show you how non-dualism is true, but that's going to really depend on what we agree on as far as our method so we can start that exploration. Because I'd hate to say that, I'd hate to say something like, well, if trees are red, then non-dualism is true. I see, you may not agree with that. So we'd be talking past each other. So I'm just saying, there's other methods like observation, reason, consensus, testing.
Well,
You just tell me what is it that you would need to know what's true.
I think, can I just interject real quick? Because I think
Yeah.
this is actually what Joel mentioned. Unless I'm misunderstanding things, I think what Joel mentioned is correct. That we are kind of almost having two separate conversations now. I think the truth claim itself is an isolated problem with communication and the wording. And I think
Mm,
that this is something that I know I'm guilty of. I'm not going to throw anybody else here under the bus. I'll just say myself that I'm guilty of being lazy in the way that I articulate my ideas. I don't always couch my ideas as I think, or it could be, or I lean towards, or possible. I don't qualify this. Sometimes I'll just be lazy and say, oh, this is the idea that I'm trying to convey. And it comes
yeah.
across as a truth claim. And Joel's right about that. If I don't actually specify, well, I lean towards this, or even if I say I believe this, belief is not a truth claim technically.
Right.
So it comes down to how we communicate with each other. Now, as
Right.
far as
Well, I
the
believe.
arguments go, oh, I'm sorry, Joel, go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Someone could say, "I'm not claiming this is true, but I believe it." But when you say that you believe something, what you mean is that I accept that this is true. And when you when you express that belief, that's the claim. And so I don't know where the line is between those things exactly. But
Well, I think that belief is an internal truth, right? Belief is not something that I have to tell you, you have to believe. If I believe something, that's a truth claim to myself, perhaps, but it's not what I would consider anyway, a truth claim. Because I think
yeah,
when you use the word belief, if you're using it accurately, or at least the way it's used in common vernacular, you're automatically admitting that you don't have proof for what you believe. It's like faith, right? It's not about knowledge. It's a difference between knowledge and belief. There's a
I
distinction.
don't I don't
And it's a
quibble. I don't
difficult.
quibble over that. I think
It's
just belief can be justified or unjustified, and if it's justified and true, then it's knowledge, and if it's not, then it doesn't qualify. But to me,
well.
it's not.
Let me
There's
ask
not
you
a
this.
difference between saying I believe something is true and I know something is true. Both of them are saying this thing is true by my estimation or by my assessment. This is true.
Let me ask you this, Joel. In that case, do you think contradictions can be true?
No, I don't think. No.
Okay, so that's a truth claim. Contradictions can't be true. How do you go about proving that?
Well, you spun it around. You asked me if I think it's true, and I said no. And then you said
Hmm.
that I believe that it's not true.
Okay, so do you believe that contradictions cannot be true?
Not according to the way that we understand truth. No, I don't. But that's again, that's just kind of like
Yeah,
um, the way that reality seems to be to us operates that way, and that's the way our brains think about
yeah,
things. And
yeah. So
so
yep,
I don't
there's
even think
always
a person can be convinced of contradictory things in a real way. I think there has to be some kind of misunderstanding in order to get there.
so like under some philosophical forms of logic, say like dialetheism, or say another formal logic like paraconsistent logic. Did you know that contradictions can be true?
Yeah, I've heard of this, but I don't I don't understand the application. Can you apply it to a real world example for me?
Yeah, like I know that there are statements, right? There's a way you can do paraconsistent statements, like this statement is false.
Yeah, that's a sorry, that's what's the word? Paradox?
Yeah, it's kind of like a seeming paradox, paraconsistent logic. So it would always involve a paradox, like the liar's paradox, which I just gave you. Then there's
Yeah.
like real world dilemmas where contradictions are unavoidable. Gödel's incompleteness theorem, formal theories like semantics and set theory. Those are ideas
Well,
where
we'd have
there's
to,
all kinds of paradoxes and stuff that,
yeah, it'd be
um,
interesting to dig into each one of those and the details of what makes it a paradox. One of the things that I understand about paradoxes, specifically like the liar's paradox, is that it's a self-referential statement. That's what allows for um, that paradox to happen. But if we were to take something like the liar's paradox, would you say that it is both true and false and therefore a contradiction? Or would you say that it really fails? Because I mean, to me, I don't think it can be true or false, either one. And so to me, it's not a contradiction of being both.
yes, for me, yeah, for me, I agree. For me, I believe that it's both. It's a lie and it's true.
Okay, in what sense is it true then?
It's it's true because it was stated to be true. In other words, the it was defined that way. It's true by definition. This statement is wrong, is untrue or whatever, false or whatever. This statement is a lie or whatever. It's by
Well, if it's
definition,
defined, what
it's
defines
defined
it?
that way. Yeah,
Well,
that what defines it, what the person who wrote it defines it.
okay, so the actual statement isn't the definition where it says this is false. That's not the definition.
But it's also true. Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, but it's also true that this statement is a lie.
Well, if it were true, what would that mean?
Because it's defined as untrue. See, it
Well,
really
what I'm
doesn't make
saying is,
sense.
when you say it is true, what do you say? Well, that's my point. Is if it doesn't make sense, then you're not talking about a true or false statement. You're talking about an incoherent statement. It's not
Yeah,
a.
same.
It's not a.
Yeah, same.
It's
That's
not a.
one way to put it.
It's not an example of a contradiction. It's just an example of something that is nonsense and therefore isn't meaningfully true or meaningfully false.
Well, the whole idea is that this statement is false. In paraconsistent logic, they would conclude that this sentence is both true and false at the same time, without the entire system of logic collapsing altogether. They're going to make that statement. Um, and people say, it's going to fall apart because it's a contradiction. It's supposed to be a contradiction by definition, as using it as that example. But under paraconsistent logic, what you're doing is you're allowing different perspectives into the factors, right? You're going to include the different perspectives in order to make it true, and it will be true from a certain perspective. And so, but in another perspective, it's false because by definition, it's true. It's false. Every
Yeah, and I
it,
guess
it's
this is
it's
why when people bring up paraconsistent logic as a refutation of the law of non-contradiction, I just kind of think it doesn't seem like any real anything real that's being pointed to, so much as just kind of saying, let's allow it. We weren't allowing it, let's just allow it.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
just
wondering
say
if
it's
this
the
doesn't
Um,
case.
violate the third law
You
of
can't
logic, the
really
law of
wrap your mind.
or the law
You
of the
can't
excluded
really
middle.
wrap your mind around it.
well,
Sorry,
it
go ahead.
because what people do is they're not checking their premises. So what happens is if you're using classical logic, it'll never work. But if you use a different rule of logic, it will work. But for example, and it's not just
Why do we want to make it work?
because that's how reality is. That's why.
What in reality is described by the liar's paradox?
Superposition. So
Okay.
in superposition, a system can be in multiple states at once
Does
through
that have to
quantum
do with the
entanglement.
statement being true and false, though?
Um,
So I asked
in a
about the
way, in
liar's
a way.
paradox. What does the liar's paradox refer to or describe in reality?
Oh well,
It didn't.
no. That's an example. I was saying I'm giving you a real world example now. So
But
the
it's not
liar's
an
paradox.
example of the liar's paradox. No.
No, the
Okay.
liar's paradox. I would agree with you. Like I said before, the liar's paradox is an abstraction. So that's not a real
Okay.
world example. But if we were to look at quantum mechanics and we see things like superposition, where things are in two places at the same time, under normal logic, that doesn't work. Yet we know it does work because we observe it within quantum mechanics, right? So this is
Can you
an
give me the
example.
contradiction? Where's the
Um,
contradiction?
so the contradiction,
If we said that being in one place entails that something is not in another place, but it is, then we're making a contradiction. But if we just kind of allow that one thing can be in more than one place, then that's not a contradiction. That's just something that is counterintuitive to the way that objects seem to operate at above the quantum level, right?
well, no, because you have to consider the Born rule paradox, right? That the Born rule, which relates to the wave function of a quantum system, to the probability of its outcome, is an example cited in the
Yeah.
context of paraconsistent logic, right?
Oh man, I can't believe I forgot to consider that.
Yeah,
Scott, you just lost me in a big way, man.
you have to remember that. I keep telling. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But these are the things. See, this is what I'm saying. You know, and you didn't even mention the Euler Mascheroni constant either. I don't understand why
Damn
you're
it.
not
I'm
considering
such a
that.
fool. I'm such a fool.
I mean, don't you understand that the zeta function creates regularization, which has been interpreted as containing contradictions or paradoxes? But that's only in
I guess I
classical
forgot, man.
mechanics. Euler
I just forgot.
Mascheroni, man. Euler Mascheroni, I'm telling you. But yeah, these in other words, there's there's domains of reality where they run into contradictions all the time in science. And so they apply paraconsistent logic to work with it, to understand how this is possible, you know.
Well, I still would like an example that actually entails a contradiction. As I said, how do you feel about the idea that one thing being in two places is not a contradiction because it's not a yes and a no at the same time?
But isn't it?
No, I think that if we like if for instance we said Scott's in Florida, but Scott is also in Georgia, where I am, we might say, well, hey, that looks like a contradiction because we pretty much know about Scott that he's only going to be in one place at a time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But let's say for instance that Scott was the kind of thing that could be in two places at once,
Oh, so now
then
you're doing.
then all of a
Thank
sudden
you.
then all of a sudden you're not
You're doing
that's not a
paraconsistent
contradiction.
logic. You're doing
No, I'm
that's.
not
You know
because
why?
I'm not giving a yes and a no. You're saying that yes and no can be together without it violating the law. And I'm not
Yeah.
giving you a yes and a no. I'm giving you two yeses. Yes, Scott's in Florida. Yes, Scott's in Georgia. That's not a no and a yes.
Well, have you ever heard of the Schrodinger equation? This is maybe a little more popular. Schrodinger
I've heard
equation.
of the example with the cat, but if the
Yeah. So
equation is
like
something
a
different,
a cat being both alive and dead. So under classical logic, this is a contradiction. This is why it was rejected by Einstein. He said it's a contradiction. But yet,
Yeah, but
and yet we know that superposition represents a particle being in a combination of states, and the contradiction is resolved upon measurement when the system collapses it into a single definite state. But before then, it's living in a space of both yes and no.
But I thought that was just kind of saying we don't know which one of the two it is, and so
Nope.
we're going to treat it like both until we find out.
Nope. It used to be an explanation put forward early on, but now we've since learned that even in principle, it holds. Superposition actually holds in reality. So yes and no exist simultaneously. This is how we do quantum computing. You know, like with classical computers,
So what
you
is
can't
the
do
yes and the no?
contradictions. Yeah, like in classical computers, the yes is a 0 or a 1, and the no is a 0, like literally, right? So you process ones first or zeros first. You can't process them both at the same time because it's a contradiction in computing. But with quantum computers, you can process both bits, yes and no, simultaneously. And so this kind of like proves that contradictions can exist somewhere in some
Okay. I'm not seeing an existing contradiction in either one of those examples. When you say superposition, can you describe the yes and the no that we're observing?
Yeah, like I said, it's the probability distribution is for everything. Everything exists equally. But then once it's observed, then it comes into the classical logical world of observation where it's either one or the other. But
So you're not
superposition,
saying that we observe yes and no. You're saying that once we observe either yes or no.
yes, once you observe it, once you and when
Oh,
you
well,
know what
that's what I'm saying too,
but you know what observation
right?
means though, right?
Am I going to have pizza tonight for dinner? It could be yes or it could be no. You don't know, right? But like
Well,
once I have it, once I decide what I'm having for dinner, then we'll know whether I had pizza or not. To me, that's not a contradiction. That's just we haven't resolved which of the two things is going to happen. And once we
I
do,
s-
then we see that it's one or the other. Isn't that
yeah,
what
this
you're
is
describing
this
to me?
is yeah, this is why quantum mechanics is so unintuitive for this very reason. So we have the double slit experiment, and we can measure where both of these yes and no exist at the same time, and then we have observation, which comes after, which is just the interaction. That's what an observation is. It's just an interaction. So it's not necessarily like a knowledge, like we know what it is now, so but once you interact with it, it collapses into one or the other, either yes or no, once it's interacted with. But before it's interacted with, you have you have the superposition. Super meaning it's everywhere. So the yes and no is equal in all directions. Another one is the relativity block universe. Where the B theory of time. Now, this may be a bad example because there's no absolute consensus on this, but most physicists agree that time exists, all events and times that happen, past, present, and future, are equally real simultaneously. That's a contradiction.
Is it?
But the problem is that really the case, though? I think it is in a way because it's got some sort of predictive power. So out of that model comes our GPS systems. So that's proof of concept. Also, what else? Not quantum wave, gravity waves. Gravity waves also were predicted out of that model too. And so at least it has evidence to support it. So you could use that too. But I guess
I didn't
to get
hear
back.
a contradiction there, but I don't want to
Oh,
drag this out. It
block.
can just be me.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to bury you with a whole lot of stuff either. I don't want to bore you to death. But I mean, B theory of time is basically a view that all moments in time exist equal, but we
And
experience
where's
the
the contradiction?
past.
Is my hang up. I hear you talking about it and describing it, and you get to the end, and I'm like, I didn't hear a contradiction. I heard
So,
something that is counterintuitive to the
yeah,
way that
it's
we experience things. But it seems like maybe you're saying, well, if it's counterintuitive to what we'd expect, like we would expect that Scott could only be in Florida or Georgia, if we find that it's not that way, that's a contradiction. But that's not
so
a
okay.
contradiction. It's just something that is different than what we would expect based on the way reality seems to operate around us.
Is it true that time passes?
I don't know. I mean, the
Okay,
way that I experience it, it seems to be passing.
okay.
But
So,
when
but your
you get to
experience
push
is,
back,
but it's real though, right? Like you grow old. You have we have the proof of thermodynamics. Things break down. We go from order to disorder. I mean, this is all a property of time, right?
it's a property of our experience of the flow of time. Yes.
Oh, so
But
now
again,
you're now you're
again, if
coming
you
in.
when you push between the way we seem to be experiencing it with some of these other theories, we don't get to just to appeal to it seems to be this way to us because I mean that's the thing we're supposed to be questioning, right?
So yeah, so this is where which you kind of like solved the problem before I had a chance to say it. Like you said, it's all our experience. We experience the flow of time. So there's
Hmm.
no contradiction because who's this equate? Why equate our experience with true reality? That's what you're saying, right?
Um, I don't know if that's what I
Like you
was
would
saying,
say,
Scott.
I experienced the I. So I'll ask it again. So does time pass or not?
For me, I assume that when people say time passes, they're talking about the way that it seems to go for me, right? But that's a little like saying when
Okay,
people
so
talk
it's
about the
true.
color blue, I
So it's
assume they mean the same thing that I experience when I see blue and talk about blue. If it was
okay.
otherwise, like if you were going through life backwards and I was going, compared to what I'm experiencing, would we be able to tell, or would we just talk to each other in the
Well, see,
exact
let's
same language that we're talking to each other now?
keep
You know
in
what I mean?
mind every. Yep, I know exactly what you mean, and keep in mind that we don't talk like that when we go to court. When
No,
you go to
no,
court,
definitely.
when you go before a judge, and he asks you in this car accident, did this thing happen earlier than or later than? Are you going to say, well, for me it did, it was later? Or are you going to say it happened later and it's going
Well,
to be conferred
unless
objectively by other people with
no,
watches
Scott.
that, you know?
That's the exact thing that I'm saying wouldn't be the case. Is if you were
Okay.
going through life, if your experience of time was exactly the reverse of what mine was, when you refer to earlier, right, you're referring to what I'm going to refer to as earlier as well. But
Hmm.
for you, if you're the one in going forward, then earlier was the past. Whereas for me, it's the future, right? And from your
Hmm. Hmm.
experience, you know what happens in the past, right? Because you've
Hmm.
already lived it.
Hmm.
In my experience, I would have to know what's happened in the past, but not know what's happened in the future, even though the future is what I'm already experiencing, right? And so it's a weird thing to imagine. But when you say earlier, even if I'm on a totally different time experience than you are, I'm just going to nod my head, and because we're talking about the same thing. Just like when you say blue, I'm going to nod my head because we are talking about the same thing externally, even if we're not talking about the same thing in our internal experience.
Gotcha.
You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
So, but
the example
you
for
would
what
agree.
Joel is talking about well, the example for what Joel is talking about that we can all look at practically is the time zones. So my friends in Australia, they're a half a day ahead of me. So when I
Mm-hmm.
talk to them on Thursday night, it's actually Friday morning to them, right? So even though it's Thursday night to me, it's Friday morning to them. If I was in their shoes, I would agree it's Friday morning. If they were in my shoes, they would agree it's Thursday night because it's all relative to the position of the observer. It's the observation effect.
And entailed in time zones and car accidents and stories and subjective experiences, you're saying that time does pass. Is
Well,
that
even
true?
just saying time passes, like if your experience of time is different than mine, then we could both agree that time passes, but we'd
Right.
be talking about two totally different things
That's
from
fine.
our actual experience.
That's fine. I'm just talking
Okay.
about generally, does time pass or not?
For me, it does. Yeah.
For you, it does, yeah. And so, and if you were to go to court, you're not going to say for me it was earlier or for me it's the future. You're just going to be able to say, like you're going to say, look, let's say someone attacked you at 7 p.m. and you were in a restaurant eating at 6:30. And so the judge asked you, so did this assault happen at 6 while you were eating or after you were done eating and you left? And you'll say, yeah, it was 7 o'clock. And then other people can confer and say, yeah, when he left the restaurant, we noticed he left at 7 o'clock. There's witnesses that he was here at a particular time. So entailed in all that is a mutual acceptance agreement that time had passed from 6:30 to 7 where the event actually happened at 7, right?
Yes. And if I was wearing a blue shirt, everyone who saw me might agree that my shirt was blue,
Yeah,
even
of
if they're
course.
experiencing a totally different thing
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
internally.
yeah, yeah. That's totally cool. So
I'm just trying
all
to
I'm
say the
really
same thing is true about time.
yeah.
This example about, the timeline of the dinner suffers from the same thing. If we could all be having drastically different experiences of time, but we can't seem to be able to tell. And I mean, I appreciate the example of the time zone, but in one way, it's like we can tell when we're in different time zones. That something's
So it's
going on.
also so it would also be true that time does not pass?
No, I didn't. Definitely not. I don't understand.
Okay, okay, that's
Where
what
is
I'm
that
kind of
coming
getting
from?
at. Yeah, that's why I'm
Okay.
asking. I just want to be clear. So your
Okay.
agreement that time does in fact pass, it's just it may be different experience differently for different people in different positions in the world, but the time
Hmm.
does in fact pass. It goes from the past to the future, right?
Yeah, we seem to be kind of on that wave that is the present. Yeah.
Right, right, right. So all I'm really saying is if the B theory of time was true, then it would actually be a contradiction to the idea, the very concept of a passing time. Because on the B theory, which is like a block theory of time, all moments in time exist simultaneously. There is no passing.
Well, so,
So,
but what does it mean to say simultaneously in this case? Because simultaneously is a temporal reference.
yeah, that's why they
That,
say
that
that
means things
that right,
happen at
that's
the
the
same time.
time.
You have to have some kind of meta time in order to say all these events happen at the same time. They you have to be kind of like there's a moment in time where all these things are happening. And then
Mm-hmm.
presumably
Mm-hmm.
that moment in time would be over, or is that moment in time just a constant state? In which case, why are we calling it time? It's nothing like what we consider time. I don't
Right.
know.
So
I
right.
would never discount something like the B theory of time, but what I might say is that people could easily be inclined to say, the B theory of time, if it entails a contradiction, it must be false, right? Like, aren't we doing that
Nope.
with so many things? Well,
I think what
that's
it's
one of the
pointing to.
principles that I thought I heard earlier when we were talking about metaphysics was, well, we
Mm-hmm.
better make sure we don't have contradictions in there.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
so
yeah. So that's the framework,
so I'm saying you can't put forward the B theory of time to say, look, there are contradictions in the world, instead of saying, oh, the B theory of time must not be true because it has a contradiction, right?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying, I know it sounds confusing. It's just a matter of language. It's a language thing. No, what I'm saying is they're both true. So what I'm saying is
So
that
A and B are
time
both true.
are both true. Yeah. So like the
Well,
time
I don't know.
passing, the time passing is true. And the time not passing is true. And the reason this gets resolved under paraconsistent logic is it simply divides up the perspective. So it'll say from a local perspective within the universe, time absolutely passes. That's we measure it. We measure it. We build society based on we build everything based on time. We
Yeah.
plan our lives around time. We live and we die. We have a we it's very real when your loved one dies because they're no
Mhm.
longer with you. Real true thing. But it's also a very real true thing that there is no passing of time. If B theory was
Right.
true. If B theory was
Well, that's
true.
my point is that if there's an if, then we're not providing an example that
Yeah,
proves
that's why I
paraconsistent
said
logic.
you may like it or not. Like I told you, you may like it or
Yeah.
not the example,
Yeah.
but it would provide a good. It would hypothetically be a good example if it turns out. Now, like I said, B theory does have evidence to support it now, so you can't necessarily say, "Oh, it's bullshit." So it does have evidence, and but the passage of time has lots of evidence too, doesn't it? So we're looking at both things kind of like on an equal level. Like it could potentially be a good example for a contradiction, a seeming contradiction to or paradox to exist in the world. And I guess what I'm getting at is that non-duality sort of collapses everything into both being real. If it was true that B theory is true, if it's really true, I don't know if it is, it could be true that all times exist at the same simultaneous time. That doesn't make sense in the language, but whatever.
But
Maybe that's true.
I don't.
Go ahead,
Can I
objective.
just touch? Yeah, let me touch on this because I actually agree with Logan. I don't think that true contradictions actually can exist. So when you're saying that
Right.
something is true and that it's true that something is not true, you're rounding out with two truths.
Yeah. 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 I know. And that's the weakness of paraconsistent logic I wanted to get into is that the problem is that by using paraconsistent logic to resolve these paradoxes and contradictions, it turns out there is no contradiction to resolve in the first place. So it's like you said, it all kind of dissolves itself away, which is what leads me to a more non-dualistic version of reality. Like everything is well, I don't need to go into it again. I don't want to keep
No, but this
parroting that.
actually ties into what you and I and Sophia discussed a week or two ago when I was trying to explain to you guys what I call, and this is just a thought experiment. This is not a truth claim or even a belief. It's
Hmm.
just a thought experiment, but it is the asymmetry of reality, right?
Right.
So when you're talking about these what appear to be contradictions, and I'm saying, and I think I agree with Joel, the same thing is that ultimately this is not a contradiction because what we're really saying is that P contains non-P within itself. It's
Right.
not, they're not
Exactly.
diametrically opposite positions. So P contains non-P, therefore P and P with not P can both ultimately be P, which unifies everything. And so the reason that
Thank
we
you.
actually see something is because we have the asymmetry, which is the observation. So either I observe that something is not there, like I can observe the hole, and I know that sounds counterintuitive, right? But I can observe the absence of the concrete where the pothole exists. So the asymmetry is toward not P, but P contains not P within itself. So there was concrete there at one point. I saw the concrete. So the asymmetry is towards existence at that point. So it's the asymmetrical, which is the observation aspect. Am I observing or am I not observing? But they're
Hmm.
both contained within itself.
So I could see someone saying that this may be fallacious, though, to be quite honest with you. I'm not saying it is, but some people may be saying that, well, for something to kind of be a part of P, of a set P, well, it's got to satisfy the definition of P. So by definition, anything that is non-P does not satisfy the conditions for being in the set of P. Therefore, it's impossible for P to contain non-P. That's the kickback you're going to get.
Well, I
If
agree
I'm
with you
thinking right.
100%. And that's why I think that this is only explained with what we call, what you guys are really tapping into here is quantum logic. And quantum logic
Right.
does not function the same as what we consider to be standard logic, right? So quantum
Correct.
logic now allows us to start talking about superposition and observation effect, all these other things. But standard logic, you have the three primary rules. You have the rule of identity, the rule of non-contradiction, and the rule of the excluded middle. And then you have to now have a separate set of logic altogether to deal with the quantum realm, quantum physics. And this goes back to what they say, like prior to the Big Bang, we think that the laws of physics may have been different. We just have no way of knowing what they actually were. So there's a lot of clauses and exclusions that we make, but in order to function and navigate in the world that we all exist in, the rules of logic must hold up. Otherwise, we run into what Joel was talking about: completely incoherent thoughts, incoherent statements, and completely subjective realities that may not allow us to even function in the world. If my boss says I got to be there at 10 o'clock, and I'm like, well, does time move forward for you?
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. And but on the metaphysics, when we take it from that perspective, I'll ask you, objective ethics. Do you think that reality is a holism, or do you think that it's more like a disjunctive type of thing?
So I actually do not have a position on this. So for me, it's very interesting to think about and to consider, but I don't really take formal position. I'm agnostic about many things in life, that I don't feel like. Here's the real thing for me is empirical evidence. And the other thing is, if you don't have the empirical tangible evidence, like the material evidence, then you need to make a valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion if you're gonna basically argue something about the reality of something. And this is where I think a lot of people try to make transcendental arguments for God, and those arguments all fall apart, even though they sound good initially. If you understand informal logic, you can identify the logical fallacies, so the conclusion is not sound. Even if you can present a valid sounding argument, if the conclusion isn't sound, then the whole argument can be questioned or even dismissed if it contains an actual fallacy. So I have a valid argument that I believe leads to a sound conclusion for my idea about objective ethics. It's grounded in logic, it's evidenced by evolution, et cetera, et cetera. So we can't physically really point to ethics. It's a transcendental concept. Morality, these are transcendental, these are ideas, how we make judgment calls about things. The murder, the slavery, these types of things, these are physical actions. But to say something is good or bad, that involves something that's not physical. It's a judgment call, right? That's where I believe the transcendental comes into life. But I wouldn't make an argument about dualism or monism or idealism because I have not heard yet a valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion. I've heard some very interesting ideas, and they're very inspirational, to be honest with you. They can really help you navigate life, like what Sophia was talking about. But at the end of the day, to make an actual truth claim about any of that stuff, I think you would need to have, at the very least, a valid syllogism that leads to a sound conclusion, or make a really strong argument for it.
Yeah, so I made
Yeah,
a
and this
syllogism.
is my thing about this is I go through these arguments with people because I'm interested, and I typically the hang up is going to be how are you getting from what you're offering as the case to the conclusion, and I just usually can't follow that step, which I guess is the problem with the validity. But
So you
I
can, the good
I
thing
was
about
curious.
syllogisms, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was going to switch to the objective ethics thing, but topic anyway. But go ahead.
Okay.
Syllogisms.
I was just going to say, I have a syllogism. I have a few syllogisms on non-dualism, but the good thing about syllogisms is you get to inspect every premise to see where the fault is. You can kind of better. It's kind of easier to dissect it. So like I've got a syllogism for non-dualism, but we'll go ahead and we can talk about anything you want, man.
Well, I'm just curious because, of course, there's always a lot of discussion about subjective or objective ethics or morality. Um, and I hate to just jump right into definitions, but maybe I was hoping objective ethics could tell us exactly what's meant by objective and then kind of point to where it is within uh, morality or ethics and kind of just flesh out what he means. Unless you want to save
Yeah,
that
there's
for the
yeah
actual debate.
definitions are really important. And when it comes to the definition of objective and subjective, there's a few different angles that I've seen people take. And the two most popular angles are what we might call a scientific term, and that is mind dependent or mind independence. And the philosophical term is something that just changes over time. Now,
Hmm.
some people will try to simplify that by saying stance dependent, but that doesn't really help us out because there are, other than basically a very few limited amount of what we might consider immutable laws, or things that are just brute facts. And that list of brute facts is actually changes all the time depending on what physicist or scientist you talk to. So other than a very small list of ever changing brute facts, you will never get to anything that's actually objective. Ultimately, everything is going to be subjective to a certain degree because you have to look at what you guys were talking about, the observation effect.
Hmm.
Right? So we have to use, when we're talking about morality and laws and actions and behavior patterns, we have to pick a standard that is functional. And that's where the scientific standard of either being mind dependent or mind independent, or the philosophical standard of changes over time. If you can meet both of those standards, then in my opinion, you cover objective, and if you can't meet both of those standards, then you're leaning into subjectivity. So if it's something that changes over time, it's subject to time. If it's something that is affected by people's decision making, like a lot of people who believe in subjective morality think, well, if I think that slavery is wrong and somebody else thinks that slavery is wrong, it's all subjective, right? And that's the
Hmm.
argument they come with from subjective morality. But there's actually an argument that I have in a syllogism for it that proves that you actually subjective morality leads to a logical contradiction. And since logical contradictions can't exist, subjective morality can't exist. Objective morality is actually grounded in logic.
No, I think you just proved paraconsistent logic is what you did. Can I typically really try to stick with the mind dependent or mind independent, um, definitions, although of course I'm comfortable with the fact that people use those terms in lots of other ways. But this idea of changes over time is an interesting one to me because if we were to talk about the way that, for instance, like the sun has a certain amount of fuel in it, and it's been burning down and it's going to keep burning down, it's changing over time. It's still an objective fact about the reality because it doesn't depend on any one of us thinking it to be that way, right? It just is what it is. And so is there a kind of a more specific line to draw between things that change over time versus opinions that change over time? Because I think most of us understand that people's opinions are in the quality category of subjective.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with you, Joel. My preference, and I think the most functional way to think about it, is actually mind dependence or mind independence.
Hmm. And so, which part of morality to you is independent of minds?
So, I really want to be careful about giving out my argument right now in this stream because the gentleman who was in here earlier, who might still be listening, Nathaniel, he has told me on Discord that he wants to gang up on me, and because his buddy is the guy I'm debating, and so he's going to help
Mm.
his buddy try to win that debate. So if I just give up
Hmm.
my complete argument right now, then that just gives him a whole week to actually sort it
I
all
get
out.
that.
So
I get
that's
that.
the.
That's
I'm
why
not
I
trying
had
to
some
dodge the
hesitation in
question
Yeah.
asking,
because I'd love
but
to
I
have this
get that.
conversation, but I have a real motivation to not answer that too clearly.
I get
Like I've
that.
already given out a
It's
lot
bad
of my,
timing.
but I don't. But it is a strong argument, so I don't mind telling you the basis of it all as far as why I think it's strong. But after the debate, whether you watch the debate or not, that those questions will be answered, I hope, in the debate. But even if not, I'd love to have a conversation with you or anybody else about that very thing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, wonderful. I definitely see myself watching this debate because
Yeah, I'd like to
I'm
do a
very
show
interested
on
in the
that.
topic.
I'd actually dedicate. Yeah. Yep.
So,
I love
Well,
that
let's
topic,
do
man.
I
would it
gotta.
be
And
I
you
have
would
know,
to go
it
get
be
some
I'll be
breakfast.
honest
better
So
with
for
you.
me?
let's do a plug
Sorry,
here real
go
quick
ahead.
Okay.
for the debate itself. If you could post a
Yep.
link in this comment section in the for that debate, if anybody doesn't have it yet,
I'll do it
please
again.
share that
Yep.
link.
Absolutely.
And then I want to just plug that next week will be my first week as an official co-host on this show with Scott and Sophia, and we're going to be talking
What?
about the technological singularity. So I want to plug that
Mm-hmm.
too.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
congratulations, y'all.
please. And we're gonna do that on the first Saturday of November, right?
First Saturday of every month, as long as it's successful and you guys want to continue to do it, that's my plan.
Perfect. And here is the link to the upcoming debate. I have it right here in the live chat, and I'll put it up on the screen as well.
Yeah, in
But
fact,
yeah,
God
man,
and I did
Basically,
all put it
without
for our next show we do together on the 1st of December. I'd
yeah.
like us to actually do something I've already been doing as a side project, and it really would tie
Mm.
into the conversation that we had today, which is
Mm.
testing our beliefs against Socrates.
Oh, okay.
So get together, go on to like Free for Talk, and then post that. Do you truly know what you believe? And let people put these beliefs up against the Socratic method and find out where they fall apart.
Socrates. Socrates. He's my favorite philosopher. But yeah, man, I do have a syllogism. I'll just throw it out here real quick. One of my syllogisms, I have a few of them, but really I keep them very simple. Like premise one would be dualism posits two fundamental substances, mind and matter. Independent matter has never been observed apart from consciousness. Matter is only known by experience. So, conclusion, therefore, consciousness must be the fundamental substance, not two, but one. That's one I could make. And, you could definitely test the premises.
oh, I'm gonna
And
test them.
yeah, and then there's a reverse syllogism, like testing dualism. I could say if reality were dual, mind and matter would have independent existence. Mind is never, premise two is that mind is never observed apart from phenomena, and phenomena are never known apart from mind. Conclusion, therefore, independence cannot be demonstrated. And so non duality is the more parsimonious explanation. So I've got a few of them, but yeah, if you want to try them out, you can.
Well, it's always better to be looking at them typed out. I think my
Let me
issue with
let
the
me
first
copy.
one,
Uh-huh.
my issue with the first one was that I think that it made what I see a very common leap that I can't go along with, which is the thing that I am most, uh, what am I trying to say? Most familiar with and confident in, therefore must be the most fundamental thing. When to me, those are two different things. Like something could be, um, caused by something else, but we could be like so familiar with it that we're like, oh man, we're sure that this thing exists.
Mm-hmm.
Being sure that it exists doesn't get us to, therefore, it's the fundamental thing, nothing else is causing it, right? Like, that just don't, those two don't, there's no logical connection between them. Is there?
Right, right. Okay, I understand you. So, yeah, I mean, I would say so because whenever you build models, first of all, um, the only thing I would ask you to see if we agree, the first thing we know is that we're having a conscious experience. We know that 100%. Do you know that 100% that you're having a conscious experience right now?
It's the thing I'm most certain of, whether it's 100% or not, is quibbling, but yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
fair enough. Okay. Um, do you have that same confidence that trees exist outside of your consciousness?
I'm going to say no, just because I really want you to. I think that's what, right? Like, let's go with no.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
What
no.
now?
Okay, so now you just agree with me that therefore consciousness are the same. It's non-dual.
I don't. Hold on. I agreed. What I agreed with you was that I am more confident and certain in my belief about my own conscious experience than I am about the existence of some. Was it a tree that was the
Yep.
example?
Yeah, tree or anything you want.
Okay, so that's where I agreed. How are you getting from that higher level of confidence to your conclusion, which seems to be about things being non-dualistic?
Yeah. So because it follows, if you're more confident about your experience being known than you are about the outside external world outside of your consciousness being known, then it means that the conclusion therefore is that you believe that reality and consciousness is more likely, or you're more confident of it, that they are not two, but they are the same.
Can I
I'm
just
It
not
follows.
may I
following
ask a
that.
question?
Is
It
anybody
follows.
else
So
in?
what if the answer was reversed? What if he said he's just as confident as one or the other? Where does that leave you?
Then it would lead me to say that he would be more confident that the material world is true and that consciousness is not true.
But what if I insisted that no matter how confident I was in either one, that's not the same thing as knowing that they are fundamental to everything else? Like, let's take something
Okay.
that's not an
I'm sorry,
ontology.
you broke up
Let's
on me.
take
Repeat that
something.
question one more time.
Okay, I was just saying, even if I said, no, in fact, I'm more confident in that material thing than I am with
Hmm.
uh, my own experience. And you said, oh, well, then
Hmm.
you should then conclude that the material is the ontological fundamental thing. And I'm saying, no,
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 no, no,
no,
no.
that's not.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I
Oh, okay.
want to make sure I'm very clear. You're confident. You see, we're talking about confidence level at this point.
Yeah.
So confidence level, if you're saying that you're more confident in the material external world as being real than you are that you're conscious of it, then you would have to say you're more confident. Yeah, it would be a tautology. That's all I'm saying is I'm just parroting what
Okay.
you're
And that's
saying.
what I'm saying is that
Does that make
when
sense?
you gave your syllogism, you didn't conclude, therefore, we're more confident in it. You gave a conclusion about that ontological status that therefore
Right,
everything is one. And I'm saying
right. Because
you
I had to
I
ask
don't.
you, like, for me, be,
Oops, something
because
just dropped
yeah,
out
because
for me.
your answer to the first question was that you're not 100. Oh Lord, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, no, you came back. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
I hear you now, Scott.
Okay, cool. So yeah, so going by the syllogism, of course, I'm talking about absolutes. But then when I said absolutely on the first premise, all experiences occur only within consciousness. So I think you said that you didn't know if that was true, but for sake of argument, you're confident that that's the case. And then, I said, well, then, the tree out there, how confident are you that the external, are you just as confident? So that's how we got into the confidence things. We kind of got pulled
I
off
thought
of
that
that.
your
So
syllogism was
basically,
about confidence.
yes, no, the syllogism, let me repeat it one more time. So I was going by let me pull it back up. Sorry, my computer's being very weird today. Yeah, so my premise number one, dualism posits two fundamental sources, mind and matter. Premise two, No independent matter has ever been observed apart from consciousness. Matter is only known through consciousness. And then I said,
That's
therefore,
not the syllogism.
okay, I'm sorry.
You
I
read
think you're
two.
right.
You read two of them. That's the second one. I was addressing the first one.
Okay,
Uh,
so every perception, thought, and feelings appear within consciousness. That's not the one. I've got so many, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the one where we just. Okay, here it is. I think this is the one. Premise one: all experiences occur only within consciousness. Do you agree with that premise?
yeah.
Okay. Premise two: nothing can be known or verified to exist outside of consciousness. Do you agree with that premise?
Yes.
Okay. Conclusion is, therefore, reality and consciousness are not two; they are one and the same, non-dual.
hmm
That's how that
And
premise goes. Um,
and I don't get that the conclusion actually follows from the premises.
Yeah, neither do
The
I.
premises
Actually, neither
the
neither
premises
do I.
are about our
okay.
experience and how we experience things. And yes, we experience things within experience. It
Uh
doesn't
huh.
tell us that everything is one thing and not two fundamental substances. You can start from two fundamental substances and get to us having exactly the kind of experiences that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to have experience outside of experience? It
No,
seems
that's
like
the
an
point.
impossibility, no matter whether you were living in any kind of world, a
Right.
dualistic world or a non-dualistic world. There's no way to have experience outside of experience. So it doesn't tell us
Right.
whether we are or we're
So
not. It can't
so
be.
if we can if can we say we know things that we don't have experience or access to?
No, I avoid that, you know, very much.
Yeah,
You know that.
correct. Of course. I'm just asking for the audience sake. So
hmm
if if we know that there's some concept that is just an inference and it's not something we know necessarily 100% or ultimately, but there is this other thing we know, which is the very interface, the very screen of perception by which we know
hmm
anything.
hmm
Then what you're saying is that everything is exist. All you're really saying is that all you know for certain is that the outside world appears within your consciousness. Is that right? As far as you know.
Well, I thought I didn't exactly phrase it as all I knew for certain, but when we were talking about the thing we were most certain of, it was our own personal
Yeah.
experience, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so, it, in terms of my confidence in it, it is the top confident thing, the thing that I'm most confident in. But what I'm asking is, how do you get from the thing I'm most confident in is therefore the fundamental thing?
Because everything that the very criteria that you're using to say that there's an outside world comes from your inside world. So you're also saying that you don't have access to anything outside of your experience by definition, right? We just that's kind of common sense. So
Well,
why
I have a
dualism?
pushback for that.
Okay,
I really do. Because
okay.
I think it makes a very sloppy kind of conflation between the objects of our experience being possibly something external to us versus just the experience of something external. And obviously, like my experience of you, Scott, I think you're external to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But my experience of you is certainly an internal thing, right?
Right,
It
right.
doesn't mean it doesn't mean you are internal. As the object of my experience, I think
Mm-hmm.
you're an external object.
And I
But
am. Yeah,
yeah,
true. Right,
but my experience of you is happening inside, internally for me.
right.
See what I'm saying?
That's what I'm
And so
saying.
we need to differentiate between whether the object of our experience is internal or external. We don't just get to say, hey, all experience is internal. Yeah,
Well, on
but
the criteria of
it's the
well on the
objects of experience that are in question.
Well, it's for me. It's the criteria. The key word is knowledge. Know. So if the only thing we know is the experience of the outside world, then the outside world is part of us. It is us because it's happening inside of us. And so that's where the non-dual perspective comes in. So remember, I'm
Well,
talking
to
about a
me, that
perspective.
sounded a little bit like what I think of when I think of solipsism. Solipsism is the idea that everything you experience is, in fact, your own creation,
It
some
is.
part of your mind
Well,
that
that's
you're not in
true.
control of is producing the outside world for you to experience. And so nothing is external to your mind. It's all internal.
Yeah, that's idealism, but solipsism more, I guess, more um technical would be that only your mind exists, like only my
That's what
mind
it's,
exists, but
yeah, that's
not
what I'm saying. But that's
necessarily
what we're, but
other
Scott,
minds.
that's what
Like
we're talking about. We're
like
not
I
talking, we're talking about my
no,
mind.
we're
When I say
talking Pat.
the thing that I'm most
That's
acquainted with
yeah,
and most
that's
confident in, it's
and
my
see,
own mind that I'm talking about. It's not anything external to me. It's me. It's my own mind. So if I say I don't assume that anything is external to my
yeah,
own
but
mind, then I'm a solipsist. That's what solipsism is. It's to
it's
say my own experience is
your
internal,
own
all
mind. But
internal.
idealism. But it sounds like, all right, do you just steel man me? What does idealism mean to you? What is the
It means that
definition?
the most basic definition would be that the fundamental substance of reality is a mental or ideal substance. It's made of ideas, and everything
Yeah,
else is caused by that
and
fundamental
and
substance.
and you know the difference between epistemology and ontology, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's another way I can come at it because Logan just kind of reminded me of something I'm missing in this whole thing. Okay, so non-dualism is an epistemic claim, and idealism is an ontological claim. So I think part of the issue that I'm noticing is we're getting these two concepts kind of mixed up.
Will you repeat it?
So non-duality is more is epistemic in a sense. The argument that I'm making is non-duality is epistemic. Epistemology, just for I know what you know what it means, but maybe our audience may not know. But epistemology has to do with knowledge, like the theory of knowledge. And so when I talk about knowing here in this context, I'm talking about what we can actually access, ultimately. Like ultimately, consciousness is the only interface you have of the outside world. So everything is kind of going to happen within you, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that ontologically the only thing that exists is your mind, right? That could be, but
Yes.
I don't think so. At least I don't
Well,
operate that
like
way. I don't operate that way.
the thing about a lot of these discussions is that most all of us make that assumption that, yeah, some of what I experience is not internal to me. Some of it is external.
Yes, absolutely, and I agree with it. It's like if I die today, you guys are going to keep talking and keep going on, reliving your life. The world's going to keep turning, and
Mhm.
there's things that exist that are not in my mind, like whatever's going on in the galaxy of Andromeda is going on whether I'm perceiving it or not, right? I agree to that.
Mhm.
So that's unlike solipsism. Solipsism says the galaxy of Andromeda doesn't exist because it's not in your mind. You don't experience anything like that. The only thing that exists is what's in your experience. That's the solipsistic argument, and it's really a hard thing to disprove, actually. But what idealism is to say is that it's not just your mind. It's that there's a greater mind. You're a subset of a greater mind. That's how that ontology plays out. But that's an ontological, metaphysical claim.
I get it, but we
Whereas
got here.
non-dualism is not that.
I don't know that I really understood how you would say that one is a ontological claim and the other one is an epistemic claim.
In the way that
I don't
I'm
really get that.
in this in the way that I presented it, but I could make an argument that non-duality is the ontological primitive of reality. I guess I could say that because we know that we are connected in a host of different ways. We can make the quantum mechanic argument. We can make the cosmological argument. We can make the phenomenal argument, which is to say that everything you experience pretty much collapses. Even this external quote unquote world that we're talking about actually collapses within your experience. So even on an epistemic level, there's a non-dualistic sort of aspect. But physically, ontologically, yeah, we're all connected. We know that non-locality is real, and entanglement and all that.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's how that's how I would argue for non-duality as an ontology. I would say that non-duality is not two; it's one thing. I would say reality is just one thing. It's not ciphered. It's holistic, and that we are part of it. We're not outside of reality. We're part of reality. We're inside of it. We're observers, and so being observers within it means we're participants rather than anything else. So we're not going to have necessarily access to the whole picture, but it's also going to be one thing because we're part of that whole picture. And it's our concepts and ideas and language that gives the separation in the duality. That's an artifact of language and concepts.
Well, let me try to push us back to the point in the conversation where we were trying to differentiate between the things that we experience that are internal and the things that we experience that we assume are external to us. And
Hmm.
and we agree that everyone but solipsists assumed that we assume some of what we experience are objects that exist externally to us, right?
Say that again.
If you're not a solipsist who
Hmm.
believes that everything that exists within your own mind, then you are in the category of people who assume some of what you experience is external to you. It
Yes.
exists externally to you in
To your
order to, well, not in order to, but able to be perceived and experienced. And the experience is internal, but the object of the experience is external.
So are you saying that the separation of minds kind of refutes non-dualism, maybe?
Well, I was hoping just for maybe to agree on those points. Did all of that land and seem right to you?
Yeah, like
Because I don't think
I
I'm giving
experience.
something that you
Yeah,
would
I
disagree with.
no, I don't think so. Like I experience a
Okay.
difference. Like I see you as separate than me
Yeah,
in
yeah,
some
yeah. Okay.
aspect,
So
in that
now let's go
perspective.
back. Now let's go back to the syllogism, right? Because this is what got us here. Um,
Mm.
like you're more confident in yourself that you exist than you are that I exist, but you still accept that I exist, right?
Yep,
So you don't
100%.
need, okay, so we don't need that really high level of certainty that we have each for our own experience in order to be convinced that something exists externally from us, because we all accept that something that we experience exists externally from us. All right. Now, in order for something to be an ontological cause of something else, it needs to exist, right? So
Hmm.
consciousness exists. We're very, very certain consciousness exists. We're also sufficiently convinced that other things exist too. Some of us are convinced of people, other people. Some of us are convinced of non-minded objects. Some people might say, well, no, those are something else. But either way, they exist on some level, right? And so I think that to say, in the syllogism, as it seems that you were doing, that the confidence and familiarity that we have with that firsthand experience points to a non-dual reality is the disconnect that I'm trying to point out to you. That if we're not any more uh, justified in concluding that the thing we're most confident about is the ontological basis for everything else, just because we're most confident in it. The thing that we're less confident in could potentially be the ontological basis. We can't say it's not just because we're less familiar and less acquainted with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I appreciate that humility, that humbleness, um, is really good. But the reason I framed my syllogism like what I try to do is to keep the premises to stay epistemic, but explicitly include the inferential bridge. So, what cannot be evidenced has no justified claim to exist. That's my point. So, the conclusion doesn't overreach to a dogmatic claim, reality is consciousness. It just argues that it's the most parsimonious and justified inference, which is
Okay,
the
but
more philosophically
pars-
defensible. And this sort of preserves the truth claim. You can make a truth claim. Now, yeah, I guess I could say, I don't know how I could say this, but it wouldn't be a contradiction. So I would say it's possible that the world is dualistic. It's possible, but I just don't think it is. I guess maybe that's the bottom line. That the apparent separation of minds that we're talking about does not logically refute non-dualism. It only challenges it to explain why unity appears as multiplicity, right? But separation is a phenomenal illusion, and we know this even scientifically. We got different um, forms of evidence, I guess I could promote. But still, I take your point though seriously because you're saying even with evidence, the correlations aren't the causation though. It doesn't necessarily prove ontology still. So I
well, I'm just
appreciate what you're
saying,
saying.
yeah, I just think it's a totally different assessment. You
Yeah.
said that you felt like it connected to parsimony. I've never heard anybody uh, talk about parsimony, including the idea of the thing that we're most confident in is the most parsimonious.
Oh yeah.
That's just a totally different
Oh
assessment.
yeah. So for example, let's say you were arguing, let's say you were having a discussion or argument with someone about creation. And you said, "Well, I don't know. I think that um, you know, that the only thing that exists is nature. We know nature exists. I can look at nature and I can say that nature is the explanation for or reality is the explanation for nature, or however you want to put it, because you're building on what we can see. You can see we all agree to nature and reality, right? But then say a
Hmm.
creationist comes along and argues, well, no, that's not the thing. Um, what it is there's a God outside of nature who is separate from nature, and he is the ontological primitive, not nature. Out of those two, the most parsimonious would be the first one, the naturalistic claim, because no one's seen the God, right? The God is non-dual. You have no access to it. It's an inference. You're just inferring an explanation to explain nature. But then you could come along and be more parsimonious and say, I don't need a God. All I need is to know that nature is what exists. I know nature exists. And so I think that my worldview is based on nature exists. And that explains the rest of it. You would be more parsimonious. Would you agree?
Yeah, but I think that's an assessment of simplicity versus explanatory power. It's not about saying what I'm most confident. I'm not going, well, I'm really, really confident in nature, and then I'm less confident that a God exists. I don't have any confidence at all that a God exists to serve as an explanation, but I do believe that nature exists. And so I
Hmm.
think that in a lot of ways, I might default to saying nature is likely to be the explanation because so far it has been the explanation for everything that we've demonstrated. But
Hmm.
and I do think that's sound inference, or sorry, inductive reasoning. But yeah, I think it's just uh, it, you are kind of you're bringing parsimony into this, but the simplicity is the thing that I'm already uh, believing in can stand by itself more simply than the thing that I have no reason to believe in, other than
Hmm.
it's being posited to serve as an explanation. And this kind of ties back into that criticism that I was harping on earlier. People do this because they say, well, we need an explanation, and so let's put this in there. And to me, it is simpler to suggest that nature exists without a creator than to add the creator. That
Right.
is a
That's more
assessment
parsimony.
of parsimony, but again,
Hmm.
it's a poor comparison to uh, the example we started from, which was I'm most acquainted and most certain and most confident about my own experience, whereas I have lower degrees of confidence for the external objects that I experience. To me, it's comparing apples and oranges to say,
How so? How
uh,
so? I don't
well,
understand
because
that.
as I said, I am convinced those external objects exist, and I'm not
And so
convinced
am
that a God
I.
exists.
They
That's
can
why,
all
but I just pointed out the the lack of similarity, which is God to me is an invented explanation that I have no reason to believe in being added in order to make the explanation more complicated. Whereas saying, hey, I believe in my own experience, but I also believe in the external objects that I experience, is not making that leap. I already believe in both of them.
So do I. Hmm.
I don't have to add anything to my set of what I believe in order to get to saying this one could serve as the ontological foundation, or this one could serve as the ontological foundation. They're both in play because I already accept both of them. I don't need to add anything.
So the problem that I'm having with your statement here is because before you said you had more confidence that your conscious experience was real than say the external world that you experience.
Yeah.
So I think that you see both as real, but I don't think you see them as equally real or in the same way, real in the same way. Like for example, um, I could ask you if I was to ask you what do you mean by being a conscious person? When you say you're conscious, do you know you're conscious, Joe? Do you really know you're conscious though?
You We could spend all day talking about what it means to really know.
But I think you do
I'm
know.
tempted to answer yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
I would say yes. I would say that's the one thing you do know. Do you
I
know?
agreed. I
Do you
agree to
know?
that high level of confidence. The pushback I'm giving you is about how do you get from confidence to confidence that something exists is separate from confidence that it is ontologically foundational. Those are just two different conclusions, right? So I'm agreeing
Well,
with you.
if
We're on the same
something,
page of being confident that we each exist. We're each as confident that we exist in terms of each our own selves as a person can be in any conclusion. Okay, but when it comes to the question of what's ontologically foundation, that's a different foundational to everything else. That's a different question, and it doesn't have anything to do with the confidence that we have that they exist. It's just not the same thing. They're two different assessments.
well, if you had to select between two things as the ontological reality, if you had to just, if you had to guess, and you had two things in front of you, and one was your conscious experience as being real, and say God, which one would you, or I wouldn't even say God. Let's stick to the thing, external reality. You say that your confidence is mainly in the consciousness thing, because consciousness is what you said, right? But you don't really know the outside world, except that it's an outside world as it appears to you in your consciousness. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, sure. All that is true.
Okay. So if you had to select, if you had to pick your ontological basis of reality, would you base it on would you be more inclined to base it on something you know exists, or would you be inclined to base it on an inference or a belief?
Let's rephrase that to be fair to how I actually see those things. Is that all right? Would I
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah,
more
sure.
inclined? Would I be more inclined to select as the ontological foundation the thing that I have the highest level of certainty versus something else for which I have a lower degree of certainty? Is that
Mm-hmm.
fair? And I'm
Yeah,
saying
sure, sure, sure.
I hope this is gonna land. My
Mm-hmm.
level of certainty in those things tells me nothing about which one of them is the ontological foundation. That's my whole dispute in all this,
Mm.
is that one does not get you to the other.
But
Now,
if you, but right,
in
right,
the
right, and I
in
don't
the
agree. I don't
example that you brought
disagree.
up, go ahead.
I don't disagree with you. Just to kind of shortcut it right to the point, I don't disagree with you at all. But I'm saying as far as modeling goes, as far as making frameworks, not necessarily trying to pin you down on what maybe you think is the ontological truth. If you had to devise a model or select a model or whatever, it would be based mainly on the thing you have more highest confidence in exist, rather than the thing that you don't have as high of a confidence as existing. That's what I got out of
I
that.
don't know.
And
I
so,
think we make models all the time,
yep,
including models of things that are external to us that we have that lower degree of certainty for.
yep,
And
and there's
so
nothing
it's
wrong with
just
that. Yeah, nothing
and
wrong with
and
that.
and, and again, the example of, you know, do you include something like a God when you could just say nature without a God is a very different thing than looking at two things that you already accept both of these things seem to exist and saying, well, one or the other of them must be more foundational because I'm more certain of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
see, I think that, like, for instance, like, I know you, we're getting to know each other, we're getting acquainted, but I didn't know your parents,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you
Mm-hmm.
you definitely had parents, right? The fact that I'm more acquainted with you doesn't mean that you didn't have something on which you were, you know, foundationally, required to have in order to exist. It just means I'm familiar with you and I never met them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so we
Mm-hmm.
just need to recognize that our familiarity with something, our acquaintance with it, that closeness of, man, I'm so, you know, in this experience, I can't deny it, is undoubtedly something important for us to recognize. But I think it's a bad mistake to let it take you to conclusions that it shouldn't take you to. And I think that's what I see there.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, and I understand that 100%. I really do. Um, it's just that familiarity is what the only thing we have to work with. We can only work with the things we know and the things we suggest, maybe the inferences, right?
Yeah,
And it
and
just
but
seems that
we have to dip deeper than the thing at the top of the list every time. There's only one thing that we are most familiar with, right? It can't be the answer to all of life's questions just because we're the most familiar with it. We posit other things as answers and explanations. things that we are less, you know, immediately
I mean that makes sense
involved
on
in
a
and
on a on
experiencing. And so to say,
yeah, I
well,
mean
whatever the ontological foundation of reality is, it has to be whatever I'm most familiar with, seems like a very, very, you know, self-centered kind of view of like, well, I'm very important, you know, clearly. And so whatever is most sure for me must be foundational to reality itself. I don't know. It just, like I said, it doesn't get there for me. But we don't have to keep. I think we've been saying that for a little
yeah,
while.
yeah, I just want to say that I just want to kind of get I'm so keen on understanding each other. So I want to let you know that we're not just familiar with our conscious experience. It's all we know. That's the difference.
Well, no, that's the thing. I don't agree with that. Um, you know me?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I know you as an appearance, as the way you appear to me. Now I know I could learn more about you. Absolutely, I could learn more about you. But you're an
But
external being aside from me. You're outside of me, obviously.
yes.
But this you appear to me as this outside being. So you're still within me at any whatever the knowledge, the extent to the knowledge of this external sort of knowledge is about you. All of that exists within my consciousness, and so this consciousness, I know
Well,
you in a way that I couldn't even explain in words. So like I could probably explain in words better a concept like, say, idealism or materialism or something like that, but I couldn't really explain you. All I could really say is that the first thing is you appear in my consciousness. That's the only thing I really know as an icon right now, at least, right? And and that's a
okay,
deeper knowledge.
but it
That's a
was a
deeper
yes,
knowledge.
right? It was a yes when it comes to that you know me as well, right?
Hmm.
You know that you're having an experience, but you also know that that experience includes me, and
Hmm.
you assume that that means that that I also exist in an external way from you.
Hmm. 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 And there's two ways to define that externality. It can be that you exist in the same conscious universe as I do, or you exist in the same material universe that I do, or you exist in the same God mind or God creation that I do, or whatever. This dualistic, basically, we're
Yeah,
whittling down to
but
two things:
but
dualism or
you're
non-dual.
sorry, you're more certain of your own existence than you are of my existence,
Um,
right?
that's a good question. That well, in that
I
aspect,
thought
in
your own.
another, here we go with paraconsistent logic. Here we go. Here's a good example. So in a way, I am more confident in my existence over your existence, but I'm also just as confident in your existence as my existence because your existence is within my experience. So if I deny your existence, I'm sort of denying my experience. But I know
Wouldn't
I'm
that be
having an
true
experience.
if solipsism was true and
Yes.
your everything that you were experiencing, including me, was being produced by you and nothing was
Yes.
external? That would
Yep.
still be true. That you that your experience of me would still be real.
Hmm.
Yeah. So see what I'm saying is we've got to get past solipsism. We've got to get to, hey, you don't just believe in internal experience, you also believe in external stuff that you experience. Me
So how do
too.
so how do we
And I'm
solve the
saying
problem? How
once
do we
we
solve?
once we once we make that step, we have allowed in all these other things that can serve as explanations. These other things that exist externally to us could just as easily be an ontological cause or some other kind of cause as you or me. You
Hmm.
were saying that you are most when I asked if you were most certain in your own, you said yes and no. It's hard to do anything with that. But um, the point was like we all of us are most certain in our with our own experience and in ourselves, right? But that doesn't mean we don't assume that another person could be the cause of something. I don't say I must be the cause of everything because I'm the thing I'm most certain of, right?
Yeah,
That's
that'd be
not how the
dumb.
world works. Yeah, it's not how the world works. And
Right.
so
That
we wouldn't want to go with that as a logical inference because it doesn't follow. And that's the criticism I'm trying to offer.
no, I get it, and I agree with you. Um, I think there's something we're missing here in our understanding that's very very subtle. It must be because I would say that solipsism, you could make the argument that it's a self-defeating philosophy that can't account for complexity or shared reality. Like it doesn't explain anything. It just makes the claim that everything that exists is all in my mind because it's all I know. And there's really no solution. There's really no solution or debunking of that. Okay, that's the
Well,
first
one
thing.
of the things that
I'm
you
not
brought up
saying it. I'm not saying it's
is
true.
a
I'm
non.
not saying it's true. It just doesn't get
Well,
you anywhere. It doesn't get you off the ground.
let's look at that because solipsism doesn't need to explain shared reality. It doesn't
Right.
claim shared reality.
That's right. That's right. That's what I'm saying. The people can make that argument. They can say, how do you
Well, you said
explain the
it's
shared reality?
self-defeating.
Yeah,
Well, there is
that's
no
the
shared
that's
reality. That's
right.
the answer.
That's
That
right.
it's not a shared reality. If
Exactly.
it's a solipsistic reality. And so it's
Exactly.
not it can't be a problem for solipsism that it doesn't explain something that it doesn't claim is going on. In fact, it
Right.
denies that that's what's going
Right.
on.
Exactly. Exactly. And so something like that is going to be hard to debunk or disprove. Like I said, you can make these arguments, but it can always turn around and they say, well, there is no. You're assuming. You're begging the question. You're assuming there's this external world that has to be explained. And it's the same thing with idealism in a way. It's really the same thing on any worldview, unless you can do an internal critique and successfully pull out some problems with it, right? But it would have to be done internally because the bottom line is we don't have access to the ontological reality. We really don't. We don't have direct access to it other than experientially. That's why we say I'm an epistemic
Unless we
non-dualist.
do, and we can't tell.
Yeah, we just can't tell, or we're looking right at it.
I mean, that's my
Um,
thing is that, like, how would you know when you were looking at the foundational level of reality versus when you're just looking at something that you can't get past because you're not able, for whatever reason? To me,
you're a
those two
man
things
after my
are
own heart, man.
indistinguishable. Like you would never be able to tell the difference. So,
Right, right. That's the thing. As it stands, as far as we know, it's hard to really parse things out as the deeper we get into it. Like I'd mentioned before, the mereological nihilism, we can go that route and it just reduces into nothing. And we can go so many routes to kind of like, collapse into a non dualistic perspective. But, the one thing I really do appreciate about you, Joel, is that you're an agnostic. So you don't know, you just want to ask questions, you want to provide kickback. And I, for one, I really appreciate that. And it's one of the things I really want to promote, especially on this channel. And it's always why I'm trying to get folks to
thanks,
come
Scott.
on and push against me and debate people and let's host it. You know what I mean? I like that.
Well, I hope this kind of style of conversation, even kind of a disagreement, isn't. I don't know if I could do a debate. Obviously this I enjoy,
No?
but I don't think I could do a debate. Yeah, it's
Oh. So you
it's
don't want
just
me
too
to
structured.
don't want me to hook somebody up with you to debate something? Yeah,
Well, you know,
I've been matching people up. I've been matching them
I
up
know
all
you
week,
have.
man, trying to get it lined up.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So I'm
So
trying to
yeah,
figure
I
out
mean,
who
I enjoy.
wants to debate.
I definitely have enjoyed some of the ones I've been listening to. Sometimes even listening to them, I'll be like, I can't stand this person being allowed to just spew these thoughts unchallenged. Because you know me, that's my reaction. I was like, somebody
That's
better
your
give
thing,
some
yeah.
pushback. Somebody better push back on this right now.
They really do,
I'm
man.
gonna
That's where you
lose
come
my
in.
mind.
I love it when you push back because you don't just push back with dumb questions. You're always pushing back with some real meat on the bone challenge. And I
I
love it.
appreciate that's a big compliment from my perspective because that's a to me that's an important thing to be doing.
It is, man. And I used to do a channel called Exploring Epistemology, and for a few years, that's all we did was we challenged people on their beliefs, no matter what it was, and they'd just call in, and it would be like, we don't want to challenge what you believe, we want to challenge how you got there, and that's all we would do is this Socratic method. And so they'd call in to
Mhm.
talk about God or atheism or whatever they wanted to talk about. And we'd say, okay, so how confident are you? Why are you so confident? Well, just like you're asking me, like, what are the connecting things? How do you get from there to God or get from there to atheists or whatever? And it was really fun, and people really benefited from that because they're like, dude, one guy actually deconverted from being a Christian because of that show because he found out he had no real good reasons for his belief, and he came up to me later and he was like, I just want to let you know, man, I'm no longer a Christian because some of the questions you stumped me on, it just, you know and that happens, and it's because going at it in a polite way, going at it and just letting them figure it out, just putting the questions out there, let them chew on it, you know what I mean? You don't have to be
Mhm.
the one teaching someone or trying to convert someone. Like, I don't want to be in that business. I just want to talk about it and let people discuss it or debate it or do epistemology.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah, man. Did you did you
likewise,
want to do you want
I'm
to
not really
mm-hmm.
trying to, convert anybody. Obviously, I don't think
Yeah.
uh, I don't think that being an agnostic in the sense of taking the position of saying I don't know is the important thing to do. It's that being able to do it is
Yeah.
important so that we avoid bad conclusions. I want
That's right.
not to parrot, but we want to believe as many true things. We also want to avoid as many false things as we can.
All
And
right, Matt Dillahunty. I'm just kidding.
mhm. and so that's kind of my project I've been on since I gave up Christianity. That's the way I was raised. So I've spent about the last 20 years kind of trying to do better.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. So you really value truth over, say, comfort.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that in some ways you don't have a choice. If you know something's true and it makes you uncomfortable, I'm not sure whether you can decide to do otherwise.
Good question. Do you believe
It's
in
called
free
it's
will?
called cognitive it's called cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, cognitive
Uh,
dissonance.
I think cognitive doaxism
Uh,
maybe is the term for being able to choose your own beliefs, right?
uh, Cognitive dissonance
Dox,
or doxastically.
uh, sorry, I'll
You,
have to look up the term.
I think being doxastically open is someone who is open to the evidence and whatever the evidence leads them. Whereas if someone's doxastically closed, it means they're not open-minded at all to the evidence. They're just more about belief.
Hmm. Yeah,
The
I
cognitive
really feel like.
dissonance. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Oh, I was just gonna say I think the cognitive dissonance comes in is when people at the very, very ground level understand that something is problematic, but they weigh subconsciously, in most cases, I think they weigh the benefits of accepting or denying that reality, and they go with what is going to be the path of least resistance or to provide the highest level of comfort. And so, even though ultimately, like if you started torturing someone to death, and I don't know if I can even use those kind of language on YouTube, but if you started getting just, you know, torturing somebody, ultimately, most people may be very quick to change their tune because they ultimately know they're not willing to suffer for something they know is really not true. But
Mm-hmm.
if you let people just go about their day saying the dumbest shit that they say or whatever, don't push back, don't put them in a real situation where they're forced to actually defend this position, then they'll go on just defending whatever makes them feel good. And so you get this
Mm-hmm.
cognitive dissonance where they know, even if they aren't necessarily aware, like it's not at the front of their mind, it's not, they're not really aware that they know, but there's always going to be this hint of doubt, and they just push it away, they blush it under the rug or whatever, because they know that what they're really doing, it's a survival mechanism. People do it with trauma all the time, right? They just put it in a box and they put it up on a shelf in kind of a metaphysical kind of concept, right? And because they know that that pain is there, that emotional pain is there, but they absolutely refuse to engage with it. And they will literally go about their lives as if things are absolutely perfect and they couldn't be have a care in the world and God is good and whatever other kind of nonsense they go with. But they know deep down inside, they know. And this is the cognitive dissonance.
So let
Mm-hmm.
me ask you this, because I've heard the term plenty, but I've always kind of wondered. Um, you're talking about a lack of sincerity, aren't you?
I hate to use that word because it's offensive to people, but that's exactly what it is. It's a lack of honesty. It's a lack of integrity. I mean, you could really apply a lot of terms to it. I just don't like to use that vernacular because it's we all engage with it to a certain degree. So again, I should just point at myself and not at other people and say that there are probably things that I do in life knowing that it's not the best, not really in line with my ultimate goals. It's not in line with what I truly value, but I do it because it's in front of me or it's easier or it provides an instant gratification. This all ties into cognitive dissonance, and it does show a lack of integrity. It shows a lack of honesty. It shows a lack of um, whatever
Mm-hmm.
consistency.
That's right. You know, um, it comes from a mentality. Like in a lot of people, like I was on. I think you were there. Objective. Remember, Lou, um, Brooklyn Lou, his show the other night. Do you remember that lady came on that was a Christian and she was trying
You
to
know what,
talk
brother?
about.
That was hard for me to watch. I'll be honest with you because I really want you guys, by the way, to go do that survey because both of you in this conversation that you've had between the two of you and things that have been mentioned today would be
Hmm.
such great information to put into that survey and Deconverted Man survey because literally you're talking about so many things. Why do you believe what you believe? And we already talked about naturalism versus materialism, et cetera, et cetera. So many of what you guys touched on. And one of the questions, and there's a few questions tied to it, is do you try to deconvert people? And I think you should read what I wrote about that because I actively do not try to deconvert people, and I
Hmm.
articulate why I don't try to deconvert people. And I think that Eva lady is a perfect example of why I don't try and deconvert people. And I'm not saying you guys
Hmm.
were trying to do that. I'm not saying that at all. But I do honestly think that there's a couple of questions that were brought up, and I'm not going to name names or whatever, but there were just a couple of questions that were brought up that kind of, even if it wasn't meant to be, it kind of is almost like a little bit of a push down the hill. Like I'm just going to give this person a nudge to see if they start rolling, And I understand that you're looking for, or that Lou was looking for an honest conversation, and and he was not being dishonest, and he was not wrong about what he said.
But
But
it was
and
cringy,
I think
kind of cringy.
I think his motivations were actually pure because he's trying to get to some ground truth. So I'm not trying to throw shade on Lou at all, but I thought, man, this is not a good idea. This
Yeah,
lady's
I'll be.
daughter had just
She was a
died,
sweet
and
man.
she
She was
was
a
holding
sweet
on to
lady.
that's her lifeboat right there. That
Yeah,
religion is her
man.
lifeboat.
Dude, that's why I tried to defuse the whole thing, and I was like,
Yeah, yeah,
well,
I saw that.
think some people are more led by feelings, and some people are more led
Yeah,
by
you,
logic, and
Scott,
there's
you were
nothing wrong with
absolutely
that.
no, you were
Yeah.
absolutely brilliant. And again, I want it since it's all out now. I just want to make sure if Lou watches this, I'm not throwing shade on Lou because again, I think that he was
Yeah.
right in what he said, and I think he had good intentions. But I think you recognize what I'm talking about, and I thought you handled
Yep.
it brilliantly, because that lifeline, there's another, and the other reason I don't try to deconvert people is because I'm under the impression that there are some really dirty, nasty, vile people in this world that don't lock people in their basements because they think there's a God in the
Hmm.
sky that would put them in hell for it. If they didn't believe in that, they would literally be doing the most grotesque things that are imaginable. And so I think that religion, there's a value and a use to it, even though it's unfortunate, you know what I mean? But it seems some people need religion for one reason or the other.
Hmm. I agree. And that lady, man, she was not, number one, she was not equipped for that kind of a conversation and line of questioning, which that's why I wanted to just keep it very simple, like the man in the bank analogy, and just things that let her think about, like not really tell her one way or the other, let her answer it. Like, because one of the things she was saying as an answer to Lou, I think it was on morality, and he went down that thing, and then she was like, yeah, God, I don't want to be judged, and God is, something to that effect, I think. And and I was just trying to point out that, who's in your mind, who's more moral, the person who's in the bank that sees the guy drop his $100 bill, he gives it back to him because there's a camera, and he gives it back because he doesn't want to get caught stealing his $100, so he gives it back, which was a moral good thing to do. But then there's a guy that does the same exact thing, but he knows there is no camera up there. He knows that. He's just going to give the $100 back because it's the right thing to do in his mind. Who was the more moral out of the two people? And she mentioned that, the guy that gave it out of his, caringness, not out of fear of being watched. And I'm like, cool. That's all you really need, because that kind of stuff is what made me get out of Christianity, like
Well, the other thing she
just
said
those
that
little
really kind of broke.
sort of thought experiments, because I'm like, yeah, I'm immoral.
Sorry, there's a lag going on. Can you hear me?
Oh, you broke up. Go
Hey
ahead.
guys, actually, let
Objectives.
me jump
Are
in
you
here
there?
and I want to say goodbye to both of you.
Yes, I can.
Am I
Okay.
coming through still?
Yeah, man. So nice of you to come along, Joel. You sure are, brother. And I appreciate you coming in, man.
Hey, I really, really enjoyed the discussion, and I also want to thank both of you for your kind words and return them back. And I want to include Sophia in that too. Just really enjoy all of
Thank
this.
you.
So nice to be a part of it. Oh, and Objective Ethics. If you and Scott are friends on Facebook, have him get you the invite to the
All right,
group
man. I
where you can
appreciate you
start.
joining the stream.
Yeah, I haven't set up Facebook yet. I've been getting a
Perfect.
lot of pressure to do that. So I probably will end up doing it again. I haven't had Facebook in years and years, but I probably will at some point, especially if I end up writing my book on ethics, which I'm pretty convinced that's what I'm going to do. It'd be a great place to promote it.
Yeah, you might not be able to avoid it.
Facebook is unethical.
All right, y'all take it easy.
All right,
Talk to you
Joel.
later.
Bye bye, man. Yeah, so dude, we have got to carve out some plans together, objective, because like as you know, like I've got a lot of time on my hands, and I want to push the channel in so many ways. So I started doing some things, like I'm doing more recordings and editing type of stuff rather than just this live stream. But the other thing I want to do too is get with you so that we can start engaging people in debates, like on different platforms and so forth. Like we should come out as a team, and just pick topics and pursue debates just to see if we can build stuff up. And as we build stuff up, we'll be we'll be equanimitous. That's a word? The equity is between us all that's involved in it, man. So we can come up with
Yeah,
something.
I do. I've thought about it now. I haven't really sat down and like mapped it all out or anything. And I think at some point coming up with a model that I can present to you as different ideas that are structured, and you and Sophia can go over it and decide what you like and don't like and stuff. And I think the more ideas I give you, the more you'll have to work with. If I give you one or two ideas and you're like, well, we can't tell them those are shite because That's all he's given us. You know what I mean? But if I give you 50 things to choose from, and you could take 3 or 4 of them, that's great. But I do have some ideas, and I one of the ideas involves networking, because I think
Hmm.
that's going to be a huge benefit, networking with other skeptics. But I think that because your guys' approach for the most part is, with Sophia being a mystic and you being a non-dualist and me being agnostic, plus we all three have a very similar approach to, like we talked about this lady. We're not trying to deconvert people actively. We're more
Hmm.
attacking arguments and ideas. Like the guy that I talked to before that lady got on, when I just got up for like 5-10 minutes before I had to go to work, I felt like I was being kind of rude because I was in a hurry, but I rewatched that after I got home from work, and I was extremely polite. I thanked him for his
You were.
responses. I acknowledged him. I called him brother and sir. So I was actually very polite. I just didn't accept any of his bullshit, which all he was offering was a bunch of bullshit, and then he was dipping and dodging from. He literally ran away from ethics, tried to get the justification of God's justice. I shot that down by just simply explaining that burning in hell for an eternity is not justice in any in any framework. That's unjust. And so then he moved from that to love. Well, then he's not just judge, he's love. And then I shot that down, and then he ran from that to started coming up with presuppositional arguments, and I pointed out the
Oh
logical
yeah.
fallacies. Now, I did
Oh, he'll
actually misspeak. I referred to one of them as the ontological argument, and it's actually the cosmological argument, but they're both
cosmological.
fallacious.
Yeah.
And I called one a straw man fallacy when it was actually begging the question fallacy,
Yeah.
but they
Yeah. I
was still
remember that.
fallacious. Yeah,
Still
so I
fallacious
misspoke
anyway. No,
because
you
I
were
was in
right.
a hurry. Oh
But
yeah.
do you
Oh
know?
yeah, I
Do
knew
you
I was
are
right.
you are you familiar with who Otangelo is though?
No idea.
All right. So Otangelo is a apologist. So one of the things he's a scientist too. He's a I think what kind of science? He's like an engineer, but he knows a
Computer
hell
engineer,
of
I got.
yeah, computer engineer, and he also studies biology. So he's very educated in biology. So he can debate people on evolution. So mainly what he does is he debates people on evolution and also some of the precept stuff he'll do sometimes, but mainly he doesn't like the precept argument, he says, but he'll use it. But he mainly goes on like modern day debate, and he's with Darth Dawkins' channel, and he goes on every fucking platform, and
Well,
he
I'll be
looks
honest
for
with you, brother.
atheists. He looks for atheists to debate.
Yeah, I was actually really not impressed with either he's not that smart or he's not honest, because when I told him he was using the God of the Gaps fallacy, which he absolutely was, he
Yep.
literally just he said, no, that's not a God of the Gaps fallacy. And it
Yep.
absolutely is. So either
It
he doesn't
is.
know what a God of
No,
the
he
Gaps
knows.
fallacy is, or he's just waving it away and hoping that I won't call him out on his bullshit. Yeah, if
That's
I
what he
had more than
does.
5 to 10 minutes, I would have actually pinned him to the floor and said, okay, you tell me what God of the Gaps fallacy is, and then I would map out his argument to that fallacy to prove it to him, because he did not
That's
offer a connection from God to creation. He jumped right back to the thing we both agree on, and then
mm-hmm.
jumped from there back to God and said, "Look, I'm not gapping anything." It's like, "Oh shit, you just did it again." But then he ran away from that to the
See, he
ontological, or
hates
no, the
that.
cosmological, and the
He
logical.
hates it. Let me tell you something about Otangelo. He the cosmological and ontological arguments. Man, one thing he does not like is when people charge him with God of the gaps. He hates that, and he thinks when people say that they're so fallacious, and it's one of his pet peeves. Like they just misapply, they overuse the term, they don't understand. So when you said that, that triggered him, and I could tell he kind of came with a knee-jerk reaction, but he did it too fast because he didn't realize in this case he actually did do a gap argument, and
Absolutely, absolutely.
he was just so pissed off about it that he didn't even stop to think about it, you know.
Yeah, I saw that. So I felt like that this guy either doesn't know what the fallacy is, because he just did it. He just repeated the same exact statement that was fallacious the first time. He did nothing to bridge that gap, and then claimed he had bridged the gap. It's like, wait a minute, maybe you don't know what the gap actually is here. But before I had a chance to explain it to him, he ran away and went into
See,
the watchmaker
I
argument.
know I know 100% that he knows what the God of the gaps fallacy is. I know he knows that. I've seen him reiterate it, and I've seen him criticize other Christians. But what he says he does is so subtle, and he gets people. He sets atheists up to say that so that he can bridge that gap for you and refute you. That's part of his strategy. So he's waiting on you to do that. So what he does is sometimes he'll come up with God of the gap like sounding arguments to try to pull you into that mistake so he can sweep your legs under your feet. But what happens is, in this case, he actually did make the gap argument because you set him up and he didn't even realize it. That was the funny thing.
Yeah, it was kind of tough because I was in such a hurry. And that's
Yep.
not a good way to get into a discussion. I was just really wanting to focus on ethics and morality because that's something I'm really well studied on, and I have such a strong argument. Um, and I was actually in the middle of proving him wrong on that, which is why he ran away from it. You know, he ran so
Hmm.
far away from the conversation about morality, he couldn't get away fast enough. And that
That's
tells
his
me I
weak
don't
point.
think it's very, yeah, I don't
He's
think that
not.
it's a very honest conversation.
No, he's not. And he blocked me one time, long time ago. And we're better now because I had to learn he's very sensitive. And I got him on that too. One time we had a debate, and I cornered in him on the morality type stuff and problem of evil, and he does not. And now we're cool with each other. Sometimes he'll come on this channel and talk with me, or go on Lou's channel. So he's open with me now, but he doesn't like to talk about morality. Like you heard what he told Lou when Lou challenged him on the morality stuff and problem of evil. Otangelo said, I would just revert you to talk to somebody more qualified than me. I don't talk about that.
No, I
That's
didn't
what
hear
he
him say
told me.
that because I was in between shifts at work, and so I had just come home to grab lunch, and so you
Yeah.
guys were already in the middle of your talk. Oh no, I had to go on to Dr. McAllister's. That's what it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
I
Dr.
had to
Point.
have a conversation with him.
Yeah. Otangelo, he doesn't do problem of evil morality topics. He says, fuck that. And I'm always
Yeah,
like, well,
that's
why? Doesn't that tell you something? Like,
yeah, but he
if
ran.
it,
The reason I jumped onto that stream is because he actually tried to pin Lou on morality and nihilism.
yeah,
And
that's the funny
no,
thing.
no,
Yeah.
no, no, I
He's
don't want to.
I think what it is with him, he's willing to talk about anything depending on your
Yep.
level of, of understanding the topic. If he starts realizing you're kind of good at the topic, he'll back off.
Yeah, and that's the
But he
impression I got, and that's the impression I got, and that's why I think it's really disingenuous because I'm more than willing to change my mind if somebody could give me a good argument about something. There's been a number of things that I've changed my position on. The transgender issue is one of the more recent ones. I really didn't. I thought this was more. We should use pronouns because we want to be respectful of people, but I didn't really study into the science or the philosophy of identity. And now that I've actually studied these things, I have a much different position as to why we should be doing that. I still think we should do it out of respect, but I think there's actually, you know, there's a conversation to be had about identity, what makes a person a
yes.
person,
Oh
and
man.
so
Logan, that's his big topic. So we've had that conversation, we've had that debate, and we've had a few. And Logan's come on and debated some folks about that. He's even debated Matt Dillahunty about that, and I think Aaron Raw as well. But yeah, he's got a view. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but basically he respects everyone's identity, but he says identity is sort of a construct, and so, and then there's
well,
other issues like freedom of
that's
speech.
not entirely wrong. That's not entirely wrong, but at the same point in time, constructs are what we build our worldviews around. It's how we navigate the world. So, at what point do we separate ourselves from our constructs? How can we separate ourselves from our identity? There's a thought experiment from, I believe it was Socrates, called the Prince and the Pauper. If you take
Hmm.
the soul out of the prince and put it in the pauper, take the soul out of the pauper and put it in the prince, is the pauper the prince or is the prince the pauper? You know what I mean? Like, who do
Right.
they become at that point? Now,
It
Logan and I
yeah.
don't believe in a soul, but you could take the same concept of identity or
Yep.
mind or brain. If you took the brain out of one and put it in the other, is
Yeah.
the prince still, or you know what I mean? So there's a real
Yes.
interesting philosophy behind all
Yes.
that.
I love that. That's part of what. Yeah, and another thing Logan will talk about, and he's done this is like, okay, it'll be this principle of cherry picking. So it'll be like, okay, I agree, men, if a male identifies as a female, I respect that. I'll respect that's how they feel. But let's say he goes into a woman's locker room where women are undressing, he undresses, and women feel uncomfortable and they don't want him in the locker room or the bathroom or whatever. So whose experience should be more respected? Should the
You
law
know,
come on
this
the
is
side of the woman or
yeah.
should it come on the side of the trans? So he's saying that no, in that case, it should go on the side of the female because the female traditionally it's known that genders are synonymous with sexual orientation traditionally speaking, and then two he says that also there's a size physical factor involved where there's a legitimate reason to be scared of a man inside of a woman's locker room just because of the dynamics at play. And so for those reasons he would lean towards but he, of course, he's called a bigot for that.
Well, that's the problem. That's what I was gonna say is that just because I accept there's a science behind it and a philosophy behind it and a respect factor behind it, I'm willing to engage and to a certain level. Every single situation in life needs to be taken on its own merit, right? So we could say, yes, we men males can be men or women, but we have to accept the statistical reality that males, what they like to call cis males, I guess is how we would define that, they have significantly more muscle mass, bone density, lung capacity, heart size. So those physical advantages that are inherent to them should preclude them from, like, say women's sports, for example, right? So there's a whole
Right.
nuanced conversation.
That's right.
The
That
problem with
that's
society
mhm.
is that people are so triggered with any pushback. Like, so for example, let me tell you, there's a my wife and I had this discussion. It's been several months, if not almost a year ago. And her and I came to the conclusion that the solution to the bathroom problem, right, is to just make bathrooms gender neutral and then offer a private, couple of single use private bathrooms that have a locking door. If you can have your baby changing tables and stuff like that. But
Mhm.
the main
Mhm.
bathroom is just gender neutral. You put a bunch of stalls in there with doors, like you would in every bathroom, a couple urinals for the guys or whatever you want to do, and no front door on the bathroom. So people,
Mhm.
you put a little partition wall so people can't just stand in the hallway and watch people take a piss or whatever, but you don't put an actual closing door. So if anybody was screaming for help or there was any kind of
Oh yeah.
violent action, you could hear it outside. And that would just solve the problem as far as it would be the gap between the left and the right?
Of course. And
Every
you don't
time
have
I
to
tried to
and
suggest
it's
that,
neutral.
I got
Yeah, and it's a
dude, every time I
yeah.
tried to suggest that to people, I got my ass chewed out by my Christian friends and my atheist friends. My Christian
Wow.
friends said that that I'm just some kind of an idiot who doesn't respect women. I'm a misogynist. I don't care about women's privacy. And my atheist friends called me transphobic because trans people shouldn't have to bow down to the issue. You know what I mean? So, like, neither
Yeah.
side gave two shits about the fact that there might be a solution. Now, it turns out that I've caught some news reports recently where businesses are actually starting to go that route, which is
Mm.
interesting. I wonder what my atheist friends say about that now and my Christian friends say about that now, because that was an idea my
Well,
wife and I came up a long time ago.
well, the real hardcore people, they'll say, well, why should society have to bend to these freaks and come up with all this money to build separate bathrooms for them? And why should we have to? They come up with this high and mighty, like, why are we trying to normalize insanity? Because they look at it like it's a mental problem.
Well, that's
And
what pisses me off about it in their arguments when they do view it as a mental problem, because the assholes who claim it's just a mental problem then
mhm.
start calling these people names like transformer or tranny. It's like, wait a minute. If you think that this
Yeah.
person is mentally handicapped, you're now admitting to the fact that you're just a fucking bully. that you think it's
Yeah.
okay to just pick on people and criticize people who are mentally handy? What are you going to go take an autistic kid and start? Are you going to take a kid in a wheelchair
Yep.
and just push him down the stairs? I mean, where do you draw the line at that point? You know what I mean?
For sure. That's right. That's exactly it. That's the whole thing. It's like, but I agree with you, man. Some of these topics are hard to really talk about because everybody's so entrenched in their echo chamber. No one wants to hear what the other side has to say. No one really wants a solution. Is the sad thing about it. People just think they're an island and what they think matters only. It's crazy, man.
I agree with you 100%, and it really scares me. That's because that's the problem. I've talked to people before. You know, do you see any change coming, or what's going to be the change? And I don't see a change because, and I might have mentioned this to you guys on your channel, so I might be repeating myself here, but the way I see life is that basically you have a pendulum and it swings from the left to the right. And because of the way the laws of motion work, that pendulum will continue to swing until another force, a greater force, acts upon it, right? That's gravity when it comes to physics. And so that
Hmm.
will eventually bring that pendulum to a rest. Well, if we think of these social issues as a pendulum that's swinging freely in a perfect vacuum, let's say, if there's no greater force to bring that to the middle, it will never stop swinging.
Hmm. It'll never stop, man. I know. Well, look, man, we're going on 5 hours, brother. Or we're actually
It's
at 5
insane.
hours. So that's crazy, man. I'm putting it in today.
Yeah, you put in the word.
So
All
I'm
right,
gonna.
brother. Well, I do.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna get going. You plug everything. Keep posting the links, and I will see you next
Yep.
Saturday morning.
Absolutely. Let's do it, man. I'm looking forward, brother.
All right, family.
All right. Later on.